Meeting will now begin an open session. We will have student Vernon Benson lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry to make it official. We will now begin our meeting. And our recording secretary, please take roll.
Present.
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 Present. We will now begin on item 5A, presentations by Palmerway students. Dr. Leticia Segura. I'm sorry, before we begin that, I have one item to read into the record. In closed session, the board took action to issue notice to release and reassign the following employee for their administrative position pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2025-2026 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee ID 605496. The roll call vote was as follows. Yeas, Alma Sarmiento, Michelle Gates, Maria Benco Castaneda. The nays was Cindy Lopez. No abstentions, and absent was Mrs. Avalos. Thank you. Now you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Trustees, Dr. Brady, and Executive Cabinet. It is a pleasure to be here tonight to present my third grade students and Mr. Bland on coding with a dash. So without further ado, and I also want to recognize my third grade team back here. They didn't want to come up, but my wonderful third grade team. They're so lucky to work with these groups of students every single day. So with that, let's have Mr. Blank come up and introduce our student presenters tonight.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nathan Bland, and I'm the Community Resource Teacher on Special Assignment at Palmerway. And over the last few weeks, I had the opportunity to teach our third grade students about coding using a coding robot named Dash. We all know that technology continues to play a very important role in our present and our future. So it's very important that our students learn the fundamentals of coding. It's definitely an essential skill that all students will need to know. During this lesson, not only do we learn coding, but we learn other computer science standards, such as troubleshooting and testing, debugging algorithms. And we also use a lot of math in our coding as well. So the students learned more about geometry and estimation. And it's been wonderful to see our students have the opportunity to collaborate with each other, to problem solve, and to really think creatively as they're learning these coding skills. And I'd like to start off with Zane here.
Good morning. My name is Zane Caleb, and we're going to discuss how the block-free coding works. Block-free coding uses drag and drop blocks to make our Dash robots move. We put blocks together to make Dash move in different directions, turn, make sounds, turn on lights, and even do dances. We can use repeat blocks to make loops when dash is going to follow a pattern. And we and we also learn about different types of units that also could be used. Measurement, length. We also use centimeters to make dash move. In straight lines, we had to estimate how far we needed to make dash move. So we compared our activities.
Also, to make dash move around correctly, we had to learn about degrees and angles. We had to code our dash plots so they could make different shapes and patterns. We had to learn the characteristics of different shapes, like measurements of angles and lines. For example, if I wanted to make a square, it needs four right angles, and all the lines need to be the same length.
Also, one last thing that we learned is perseverance. We learned perseverance because coding is not always easy. Sometimes we would have to try again and again until we had the correct coding. We would have to look at our coding sequences to find our mistakes. Then we would change the coding box to make dash do the correct sequence. This is called debugging.
Now, of course, we could just talk to you about coding, but I think you'd much rather be able to see what their coding robots can do. So go ahead, see. You'll come first. Go up to the front.
My dash is going to make the shape of a square. It is going to dance and make different expressions at each time. Move it forward a little bit so we can see better. My robot is going to use a little bit of geography geometry to make a square. It's going to say hi to the star. It's going to make a square, and then after we use and also use a repeat block to make it to repeat the things all. You repeats it 4 times to make a square, and then dash will do it. Bye-bye.
My dash is going to make a rectangle. It will make the first line and then it will wait for me to speak before it continues to make other lines.
My dash is going to say hi and then it will make a triangle. After it is done, it will dance and say goodbye.
And Dash may look like it's just a toy, but these students created blocks of coding that were sometimes 20 blocks long, where I would make them move the robots around obstacles, and they would have to bring them back into the exact same place where they started. So they had to do very complex lists of code, and all of these students did a wonderful job.
Amazing.
Hi, guys. Did I read to you the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah. How your teacher took you, bring it out of the library and read the rest of the chapters to your class.
Yeah.
See, you like it. You like it. Okay, I have a certificate of participation for each one of you. I'm guessing this is Zane, but how do you, Zane Caleb? Oh, I got it right. There you go. And also, our students of the National School District, Massachusetts. Okay, Vernon?
Right here.
There you go, Vernon. And Isaiah? Sandoval. Why don't you come up front so we can pictures for your parents? Come on up. Get your pictures.
Come on, Mr. Primo.
Mr. Bland too. Mr. Buddha too. There you go. What a team, huh?
So you're taking the keys.
Don't cover your face.
Cover my face. One more.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Item 5B is to recognize Randy Vargas, Palmerway School, as National School District Instinct Volunteer. Dr. Natalita Segura.
Mr. Vargas, if you can please join me up here at the podium. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to recognize, I know it's not very often that you see a male, a dad every day coming to my school. But let me tell you all the wonderful things that Mr. Vargas brings to our school and why he was selected as our Volunteers of the Year for Palmerway. So there's so much to say, and I'm gonna go through because I don't want to miss a piece. So it's my honor to recognize Mr. Vargas. While it may not always be common to see Dad so deeply involved, Mr. Vargas had made it his mission to show up, and boy, does he show up every single school event. He is a proud father of 3 children at Palmerway. His son, Santiago, couldn't be here tonight, so we're gonna wave to Santiago because he's gonna watch this later on. But we have Jimena and Ariana here today. And along with his wife, Sochi, who's also on my PTA and does amazing presentations and flyers. He's poured his heart into this school community in ways that go far beyond what anyone could ever ask for. As our PTA treasurer, he works closely with his fellow PTA board members, always staying in sync to bring meaningful events in life to our students. From Christmas grams, which were super popular, we had to repeat it for our Valentine's grams, to our fundraiser, our beloved pizza celebration for our 6th grade students as we welcomed them back from camp, the door decorating contest during Kindness Week, and just recently, our Valentine's dance. I think this was the first time we've had a parent-student dance in about the last 16 years, and it was a great success. So I'm going to repeat that again, Mr. Vargas. But his commitment doesn't stop there. Mr. Vargas sits on our PBIS committee, our steering committee for our community schools grant, and participates in our school site council. He lends his voice and his time to this important decisions that shape the future of our school. When Toys for Tots, we needed someone to step up. He didn't even bother waiting for it to be asked. He took it upon himself, got a big truck, and went and got the toys all by himself and delivered these all on his own. And we were saying, wow, Mr. Vargas, ask us for help. But he did this out of his heart. And despite having a full-time job and always traveling, he never misses a coffee with the principal, and he never walks in empty-handed. He comes in with a tray of treats for my parents. And delicious and nutritious treats. What sets Mr. Vargas apart isn't just what he does, it's how he does it. He always walks through our doors with a warm smile and a generous spirit and a genuine love for students at Palmerway. Mr. Vargas, we are grateful to you. Thank you.
Mr. Vargas, thank you so much for your dedication to our school community. I know you play such a huge part not only in your family, but also the family of Palmerway. So for that, we're so grateful for you. Are you a student at National?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I
I
heard.
went to John Otis.
Oh, awesome. Yes. I did hear we were in the mariachi.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we have a former student who's just giving back and we're super awesome. So, give it
Thank you. Thank you.
You want to take a photo with and your family again?
Thank you so much for all of your time donated and for your family.
No, thank you guys. very much.
Yes. The family of the
Make it work.
1, 2, 3. Moving on to item 5C is to recognize Carmen Medina Pigeon Administrative Assistant as a National School District Employee of the Month for March 2026. Dr. Lynette Gonzalez Perez.
Good evening, members of the governing board, executive cabinet, and guests. I would like to begin by sharing that National School District is fortunate to have some of the most dedicated and talented staff. I am deeply proud of our district's families and the values they represent. Ms. Carmen exemplifies the core values of our district. She is a lifelong learner and is currently taking classes to strengthen her skills and expand her knowledge of resources that support admin services. Mrs. Carmen and I collaborate regularly on educational service projects, and I know I can always rely on her to ensure that important work is completely, effectively, and thoughtful. She is highly collaborative, working closely with both preschool and educational services staff to better serve our families. Mrs. Carmen works exceptionally well, both independently and as part of the team. She has a natural gift for making people feel seen and valued. Often through small but meaningful gestures that brighten someone's day. She is intentional, creating an environment that fosters belonging, collaboration, and dedication. I could say more about Ms. Carmen here, but I like to think that I express my appreciation one-on-one. And if I do not say it enough, thank you. Carmen, you brighten up my day every day. But I also know you are a great asset to everyone here at NSD. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to our district. And congratulations on being NSD.
Thank you so much for this recognition, very unexpected recognition. I am truly blessed to be able to work with such an amazing team and to have such an amazing boss as Dr. Ferris. I'm truly honored to be able to work in the community that I grew up in. So thank you very much.
You have a beautiful new space.
I do.
And so you can put that out, I'm sure it's done. Yes, it is.
We gotta see.
I worked in offices before I became a teacher. And I reflect often on the fact that were it not for that office work, I wouldn't understand well how to care for people, at least not as well. You are that first face they see when they take that right. And you have already, I mean, you've only been in that spot for a little while, but you've already made it your home. And you've also made it that it's not a gatekeeper, it's a gateway. That's the way you treat it, welcoming people in and making sure that they are cared for. And it's all your other knowledge, the way that you run the place, as Dr. Ferris has said, but also the heart that you show and the kindness that you show as you receive people that we see as well. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I've seen this before. It's kind of in the middle, right?
Really nice pictures.
I got that right direct.
She also has her other people staff. Jeanette and Brenda. Brenda? Teacher? Was your
Item 5D is to introduce and welcome new employees. Dr. Kevin?
I have the pleasure of welcoming our new employees. I was going to say all 6 were showing up tonight, but unfortunately one person did call and was not able to make it after all. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and call your name. If you'll come on up, we'll take a picture at the end. Is Gabriel Rodriguez here? Gabriel Rodriguez, come on up. Impact teacher at Lincoln Acres. Ms. Rodriguez has more than 5 years of experience as an impact teacher with the South Bay Union School District. She holds a site supervisor, preschool permit, and a bachelor's degree in theater and liberal studies from San Diego State University. Welcome, Gabrielle. Our next new employee is, you can just come on up here and everybody will take a picture. Our next new employee is Destiny Lowe. Ms. Lowe has over a year of experience as a recreation specialist for the city of Chula Vista and is currently a substitute teacher for MSD. She holds a bachelor's degree in liberal studies from Point Loma Nazarene University. Welcome, Destiny. Our next new employee is Erica Granados, Child Nutrition Services Assistant at Central School. Ms. Granados has over 9 years of experience in customer service, and she graduated from Sweetwater High School. Our next new employee is Marika Munoz, Payroll Benefits Specialist, District Office. Come on up. Ms. Munoz has over 6 years of experience as a physician scheduling coordinator. She has been working for a degree in sociology at San Diego Mesa College. Welcome, Monica. And our last employee that's present today is Carla Thatcher, Instructional Assistant Healthcare at Lincoln Acres. Come on up. Ms. Thatcher has been an Instructional Assistant Healthcare Substitute with MSD for a year, and she holds a degree in Communication Sciences from the Universidad Autónoma de Baja California. Welcome, Carla. And should we take a picture? And there's one more that was not able to make it tonight. If you want to take the photo and okay. Our next new employee, unfortunately, was not able to make it tonight. Paula Rodriguez, Campus Student Safety Assistant at John Otis School. Ms. Rodriguez has served as a Campus Student Safety Assistant Substitute with NSD and is a PTA and volunteer at Olivewood School. She graduated from Sweetwater High School and is currently pursuing a degree in Business Administration at Southwestern College. Welcome, Paula. And welcome to the family, the NSD family, everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone, and welcome to the family. No worries. Come on, Michael, wait. Moving on to item 6, public communications. Public communications provides the public with an opportunity to address the board regarding an item on the agenda or other topic. Anyone wishing to address the board shall submit a request for the oral communications cards. Cards are available near the entrance to the board and are to be submitted to the recording secretary. Member of the public who wishes to address the board on any such matter is limited to 3 minutes for one matter, up to the maximum of 5 minutes for all closed and open session matters. There shall be a limit of 20 minutes for any matter unless such time limit is waived by the majority vote of the board. Members of the public may not yield any time to other speakers. No board action can be taken. We have 2 items for this, let's see. Amy Hayes.
Hi, good evening, governing board members and executive cabinet. My name is Amy Hayes and I'm the NCETA Vice President. NCETA is here tonight in support of CSEA and more specifically Myrna and the work she has done for our NSD families the last 25 years. In her position, Myrna has done critical work helping our families get the resources they need to be able to get their children to school daily. Tonight, you will have the important task of deciding whether or not to dissolve this position. This action would not be because of a lack of need for this work. Rather, it is an effort on the part of the district to make necessary.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's an item on the agenda for this.
I understand, but there's something else I'm talking about.
Okay.
So can I continue?
That's fine.
Yeah. Tonight, you will have the important task of deciding whether or not to dissolve this position. This action would not be because of a lack of need for this work. Rather, it is an important effort on the part of the district to make necessary budget cuts that you will also hear more about later this evening. At the same time that you are considering cutting this important CSEA position, though, one of the district's principals has announced to both staff and parents that they have accepted a new position as another of many coordinators for the district. Administrator positions have a larger financial impact than any other positions. How is it that there is money in the budget for a new administrator position, but not for our current welfare and attendance position? And why was this new position not discussed with the budget reduction task force? NCETA has reached out twice to the district with questions regarding when and where this coordinator position was posted and why this principal was allowed to share her new position before board approval, but we have not been given answers. Our members have continually asked for transparency from the district. This is another instance where it seems that a position has been created in secret for a specific person. I ask you board members, have you approved this new coordinator position? Was it posted for all to see and apply? Is this a wise financial decision? Please consider these questions before moving forward.
Joanne Fields.
Good evening, Superintendent Brady, board members. My name is Joanne Fields. I'm the Government and Public Relations Director of the API initiative. API stands for Asian Pacific Islander. And I'm part of the organizing committee with Commissioner Port of San Diego, Commissioner Dr. Gil Angyao. And on his behalf, I'd like to send a personal invitation to staff, our teachers, parents, and students to the reopening of Pepper Park. It is a beautiful, beautiful expansion that's happening at Pepper Park. What you're going to see in its first phase, there's new amenities. It's the first in the all port properties There's going to be a splash pad. There's a new pirate ship theme, playground. So the expansion will be celebrated and hopefully with all of you on April 4th, which is a Saturday from 11 to 3. I'd like to thank Dr. Cochran, also Ms. Evelyn, for coordinating so that we can offer free shuttle transportation on that day from Olivewood Elementary School. So parents and families, your friends, you can go and not have to worry about parking because it does get limited, especially when there's a special event. But we have free shuttle transportation in 2 locations, actually at Olivewood Elementary School and Paradise Valley Hospital. So I have posters in English, Spanish, and Tagalog. I have flyers. I have digital flyers I'd like to leave with the clerk or secretary so that we can get mass distribution. I also have to thank, while she's not here, and if it's being recorded, Board President Avalos for reconnecting with Superintendent Brady and with your amazing staff. I'm really excited to hear how bright our future is. I was thinking back when you said 3rd grade students that are coding and they like, I'm just trying to get the remote control to sync with turning on the TV and they're able to, create code. So the future is really bright and it's because of the teachers, the staff. It really takes a village. I know what I'm hearing is you're going to make some hard decisions because of budget, but it really takes everyone that's in the room to make sure everyone is taken care of. So I'm praying that and this is not on the committee side, but I because I'm faith-based, that I pray that the decisions that are going to be made that are impacting so many people are made with the young people in mind, because their future is in your hands. Thank you. Thank you.
Item 7 is to accept the agenda. Can I get a step?
Second.
A motion by Ms. Sarmiento and a second by Ms. Lopez. Any discussion? Please vote.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8 is to approve consent agenda, routine items of business. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be acted upon in one action by the board. It is understood that the superintendent has recommended approval of these items. There will be no discussion prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. All items approved by the board will be deemed considered in full and adopted as recommended. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Gates, a second by Ms. Lopez. Any discussion? If none, please vote.
Passes unanimously.
Item 9, superintendent search update. We have our consultants, Dr. Cameron and Mr. Nastos.
Madam Clerk, members of the board, Dr. Brady and staff, it's a pleasure for us to be with you again this evening to provide another update on the superintendent search, and specifically the unfolding of the recruitment process. We have a brief presentation, but we'd like to focus on 3 objectives. 1, to underscore that in this process, our focus has been to be transparent, to be thorough, and to be fair. And that's exactly the focus that we've had based on the direction from the board and the voices that we have heard from all of your stakeholders. To provide insight also on the applicant pool in an anonymized fashion as you directed us. and to also prepare the board for the very important next decision points that you'll be making. In terms of outreach and recruitment, we utilize several avenues. One, the EdJoin posting that we've shared with you in the past, which is not only regionally but nationally as well. We also developed 2 LinkedIn postings that have been viewed over 870 times. We posted in the Association of California School Administrators, ACSA, or their publication called EdCal, and also with the California Association of Latino School Administrators. We also reached out via email to every superintendent in San Diego County. And Mr. Nasos and I also had direct outreach to potential candidates that we felt matched the school district's qualifications and the board's desires for the next school leader. This is an overview of the posting as of this evening. And actually it says 16, but we have to stand at 18 now. We've received submissions from sitting superintendents, from assistant superintendents in human resources, ed services, and business, also in administrative leadership. We've received applications from superintendent principal roles. These are individuals that usually serve both purposes as superintendent and principal, usually in smaller school districts, sometimes 1 and 2 schools. We've received submissions from chief of staff and chief education officers from very large school districts and institutions as well. Several director level roles, coordinator roles, and educational consultant roles as well. So you can see a wide array of individuals have submitted their application for consideration for being the next superintendent of the National School District. In terms of our preliminary observations, and these are preliminary, the average range experience in looking at those 16 applicants at this point, not including the other 2 that we received since we've been here, has been about 3 years. So that's a range that could be from anywhere from 1 year or 2 years to 10 years perhaps. In their current role. Thank you. The average enrollment range in this pool is around 4,000. Again, that's an average. It could be from several hundred to 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Cabinet level experience is observed in about 63% of the applicants. In terms of serving districts or communities like National City or demographics that are similar, we've observed that in 75% of the applicants. In terms of being a classroom teacher, K-12 teacher, nearly 100%, 95% of the applicants have been teachers. In terms of elementary teaching experience, and we're defining elementary here as K-8, 55% of the applicants. Those that also are bilingual and have fluency in Spanish, almost 63% of the applicants. So you can see there that there's a wide array of experience from these 16 submissions, and that could change with the additional 2 that we have. We've talked about the process for assessing the professional background and the leadership characteristics of the applicants. And based on your direction, all the application materials you're going to receive will be anonymized. It will be non-identifying for name, for affiliation, for school district, and that's going to be for the initial assessment. Obviously, when you receive the 18 packets of information that we're developing for the board, all of those will be anonymized initially. Once the board reaches consensus after looking at those 18, narrowing the pool down, deciding on those individuals that you believe you'd like to be able to interview and find out and learn more about, then they will start disclosing the names. The candidates will be evaluated using this board-approved leadership criteria and Mr. Anastos will go through it in a minute. We also will use a screening matrix for this process. Very simple rating scale. What level of experience do you have? Is it minimal, is it moderate, or is it strong? Looking at the evidence based on the letters of recommendation, the references that we'll provide, their letter of intent, the introduction, all of those will be looked at. And we'll also, with every applicant, conduct a thorough social media and Google search of every applicant.
So, as you and many of the people in the room, in fact, have taken part in some of our stakeholder meetings. As you know, we are looking at creating a matrix, which we'll be able to bring to the board members in another week with those packets. And basically using the three levels that Dr. Cameron's just described, we'll be able to basically score each of these candidates ahead of time. And then, of course, you'll be doing your own board member as well as they look through those packets. These, of course, are similar to the things that were just presented by Dr. Cameron. As you notice, budget oversight experience has been highly rated by the stakeholder groups and the board themselves, as well as collective bargaining experience. And so those are things that we're also looking for as we read letters of reference, letters of recommendation, look through the resumes, and also the letters of introduction, which are pretty comprehensive, the ones we've received. These are some of the things, as you recall, that came to the top of all the lists when we worked with groups, with the board, with the community, that were important. These were the things that were highest rated when we were talking about what sort of person would you like to fill this role. And at the very top, of course, is knowledge of National City or similar demographic areas of similar demographics. And I felt really good about just an initial glancing. And by the way, the position doesn't close until midnight tonight, so there may be some when we get home and we look on the computer. That people were responding to this #1 priority. People were responding to the community in which we find ourselves tonight and every day. They were responding to this, the feel of National City, the demographics that are most commonly found here. And so you'll see that, as Dr. Cameron pointed out, in a good number of the candidates. Instructional leadership, of course, was highly rated. Cultural responsiveness, which is similar to that first priority. Relationship builder. Student focus, looking to see to what degree the candidates have been involved in really making decisions based on students. And you can find that perhaps not in a letter of introduction and even not in some letters of recommendation, but as Dr. Cameron mentioned, we'll be making phone call reference checks as well and touching base and asking some specific questions that are specific to this very matrix and the leadership characteristics that the board has come up with and that the community has come up with. We'll be looking at student achievement in districts that are providing candidates. Ethical, transparent, and humble. Those were words that were used in a number of our meetings as well to describe the personality trait, I suppose, of someone that comes into this position. And bilingual ability, and as Dr. Cameron pointed out, we've also attracted quite a number of folks who have bilingual skills. So what happens next? This week, Dr. Cameron and I will be going through all of those packets. And we'll start making some initial inquiries to people that are listed on the candidate's application as references, #1. We also do some sort of on our own looking into things using Google and using some other apps that we can do a little bit of backgrounding on. We look at things like news articles, times that there have been maybe media mentions of the people who have applied to be candidates to this position. So we'll be bringing those packets a week from today actually back to the board. Looking forward to that day because I think it's going to be an interesting and enlightening day for everybody. On March 18th, the board then will go, as Dr. Cameron has already explained, through the packets initially in a way that has some of the information redacted to try and make the comparisons as clean as possible and anonymized, as Dr. Cameron mentioned. And we'll work through that meeting. That'll be a bit of a longer meeting than usual, probably, because the goal of that meeting will be to come up with a group of people to then invite back for an actual personal interview with the board members. That interview would be scheduled the following week. March 25th is designated the following Wednesday. And so these are the next steps, and I'm feeling, as I'm sure Dr. Cameron is, real comfortable with what we'll be bringing to you next week and the way we'll be presenting it. And hopefully, 2 weeks from now, you'll be interviewing some very qualified candidates. Are there any questions?
Mr. Mullins?
Yeah, I mentioned it before, but I'd just like to share again that this is the third superintendent search that I've been involved in, and I am very impressed with the thoroughness of what you're doing. We have never had anyone who has gone through so much trouble to find just the right person. And we know that there's probably going to be several just the right people out there. It's going to be hard to make a decision, but I'm very impressed with the way in which that what you're doing, the background checks that you're doing. I brought it before, but another district where they made a huge mistake of hiring someone that they didn't do a thorough background check on, and that came back to haunt them. But thank you. This is just an excellent example.
Thank you. You're welcome. Looking forward to it.
I have a question. Sorry. Can you share the process on what we're gonna do for the day of our interviews? Like how we're gonna preserve the confidentiality portion of it to, I know that we're very cautious and we're trying to be mindful that we're not having anybody, nothing leaks basically is what our concern is. That's why we're trying to redact everything and so on. Like, are we gonna have a reader? Are we gonna have somebody make sure that there's nobody crosses each other?
Right. So first of all, what we'll be doing is using a remote location. This will not be happening here at this district office. We are going to have the assistance of one of the recording secretaries. Thank you. And the system is set up in a way where there will be a space where indeed the candidates don't necessarily cross paths with each other. I think that's one of the questions. What we're intending to do, and then the board can decide if that's where they'd like to go with this, is have both a written section of this process. When the candidate arrives, there's going to be time to respond to a written prompt, followed by the amount of time that the board will decide with us next week that they'd like to actually reserve for the actual oral interview. And so there's going to be a kind of an ebb and flow of people that day. And of course, part of that will be complicated or not by how many candidates the board determines they'd like to interview.
Is it normal or customary for us to have one of our employees be part of the process, and that we're trying to make it confidential?
Right. In this case, well, we have a confidential employee that we'll be providing some assistance in the setup of the written portion of this, because we will probably, I'm assuming, be in the room with the board members, and so we'll need someone who's able to both greet and kind of direct someone to the phone, which will be on the computer.
Because we're not meeting here at this location, the recording secretary, in this case, I believe it's Vanessa, is going to help us, will be able to welcome the individual, escort them to the proper place where the interviews will be held, escort them to where the written prompt will be administered. So she'll be pivotal, and will exactly. So that answers your question or not.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if that was normal process. Okay. Okay.
I'll put it this way, it's not abnormal.
Okay.
We have asked you for a very weird spot of anonymity with transparency.
You should have.
And I'm sticking to it. Could you explain for everyone what that has meant, what your understanding of it has been, what because you've been in those closed sessions with us where we've talked more about the why. Because like talking, for instance, about having people come in from one, like into a room, and like we are trying to hide who we're interviewing. If it's down to the interview portion, we don't want to actually harm somebody in their current job by letting everybody talk about the fact that we are interviewing these 10 people, because that could actually have a backlash to it that we wouldn't want to do to somebody else who we, or the numerous someone else's who we don't hire and who we don't extend an invitation to. And so it's like, it's this weird mix. And so I'd like you to tell us what you've translated it to and see if that.
So I think, if I may, Ms. Gates, there is a high regard for the integrity of the process to indeed protect candidates and to encourage candidates in future situations to feel comfortable applying for positions. As you pointed out, there are a number of, everyone who's applied for this position has a perfectly fine position currently. And I think that the goal, one of our goals certainly, is to provide as much anonymity or confidentiality as possible for any candidate who applies. I think part of that has been confirmed for me by the fact that most of the candidates applied right at the end of the window. Another indication that we're, they kind of want to keep it close. And I think that our goal is to also do that on your behalf. And for the board's behalf, there's an interest in, and I'm delighted by this challenge. By the way, we both are. We've been enjoying being as creative as possible putting this together, because it speaks highly of the board. This opportunity to compare to the degree possible, once things are redacted, backgrounds and sentiments that you see in a letter of introduction, to be able to compare letters of recommendation without actually comparing faces or people. I think that's both a challenge, and I think you will be doing that, and you'll be doing it well because of the way we put this together. I can't think of anything else to improve. I think it's going to be a model moving forward. So, and that's the goal. The goal is that there are no preconceived notions going into this meeting. And hopefully, again, after next Wednesday's meeting, you come out feeling like, okay, well, that was hard, challenging. I feel good about it because we've come up with some ideas, and we'll be meeting these people the following week.
Any additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 9B is to adopt resolution 25-26.40, declaring April as Public Schools Month. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Lopez and a second by Ms. Sarmiento. Any discussion? Please vote. Thank you. Item 9C is to approve increase to individual trustees' annual budget. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion with discussion.
And second?
Second.
I have a motion by Michelle Gates, Mrs. Gates. All right. And a second by Ms. Sarmiento.
So,
I'm sorry, before we begin, I know you have in our packets, or in the passings out. Here we go. I'm handing out our most recent governing team protocols that we adopted and signed on November 12th for your guys' reference. We had on page 2, I think, in the middle there, we have just recently changed our budgets. So you can reference that at an increase. Just recently on November 12th. The floor is yours, no mistakes.
The thought behind this is we are looking at some of those more major things that we would like to be present at. Things such as coast to coast or potential trips to Sacramento. We have our advocacy events. Those advocacy events are not often here. And an event like Coast to Coast, all by itself, for instance, wipes out our entire budget. I am not saying that all of us should all pack up our bags and run off on a yearly spending our entire budget. I'm saying that for those who do go, those who choose to go, $2,400 does not cover the cost of something that honestly is important. When I got to go to Coast, one of the things specifically that I got to speak to Juan Vargas's staff about, and we got to bring up with him, was the fact that teachers were not allowed to use Social Security. And that was voted on shortly after me getting to go and actually have that conversation face to face with him and his team. And I think it was one of the things that they kind of might have known, but the response when I brought it up was shock that those of us who've had 2 careers would not get to benefit from our first career, or those people whose families whose family needs required second jobs, which unfortunately still too many of our teachers rely on second jobs, even if that second job is after school or intervention or whatever that is, that's still a second beyond job. But the jobs that are outside of teaching, we were not receiving Social Security for. And so to come back from that and have that vote pass and have it actually impact the 19 states who were saying no to us having Social Security benefits, it was an indicator for me that even though we're a very small national city, there are voices here that we absolutely need to put out there. And I don't want to have the increasing prices of transportation and things like that hinder us from being present in the spaces where we would be heard. That is my thought for this. And my understanding of why it was brought forward. So that would be a $600 total increase, leaving the rollover amount to be for a total potential of $5,000 for those big events. We can't, even with $3,000, we can't go to Coast to Coast every year because it costs closer to, I think, 35. So it requires a rollover amount from previous years just to be able to participate in that one event. Anyway, those are some of my thoughts toward it.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to just clarify with staff. When we go to CSBA conference, that is apart from this budget. Is that correct? Okay, so I am in this time today, later, where we're going to vote for reductions or approve the resolution for a reduction potentially. I don't think this is wise. If we look at our budgets, all of us except the person, our trustee colleague who would like to go, have had rollovers in the past few years, and all of us have the budget to attend, and we're choosing not to. This event is a yearly thing, so if we're able to budget accordingly, we're able to have the budget to attend. As well, CSBA has an advocacy day with our California State Assembly members and California State Senators. That is at no cost to us. We can sign up virtually from our home or office and advocate for that. I have personal contacts with Congressmember Vargas, which you could call on the phone and they'd be happy to hear us. So this is not a good use of our budget to fly out and speak to a staff member when they are in the other city across in downtown. So it would be very unwise and it would just continue the cycle that we do not know how to budget for things. We're here to represent students, yes, but this would be unwise just because our colleague wants to attend and doesn't have the budget for it. There's always next year. There's always another time to go, and I will be voting no for this.
Mr. Neto.
My understanding is this particular item, we're not voting on the coast-to-coast trip as of yet. It's just our annual budgets, which may include any number of things, you know, chamber dinners, any of those types of items. So I'm okay with increasing the budget from 2,400 to 3,000, even though I don't always use it. And I'm more than happy for whatever's left over to go back into the general fund. But in the meantime, I have no problem with increasing it.
My comment is that occasionally we bring up things in order to explain I bring up things in order to make sure things get explained, and I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead.
So we have two of our colleagues here who represent Region 17. What would be the difference of having just one attend versus the two? What would that look like potentially?
There is an item on the agenda that that was brought up by our board president in regards to us as a delegate. But I can answer, there is no difference. I guess maybe we'll bring the information back, but also the representation. Because we do represent not just the National School District, but also the region. Because we do have times with our different representatives. So that's one thing. Because oftentimes it's we're making it time with FaceTime. Yes, because we do have to make sure that we make our appointments, and sometimes we have to crash somebody else's. But definitely making sure that we bring back the information to. But my opinion on this is that I think us here have always had the opportunity to attend any of our conferences that we're interested in. So to increase it, I wouldn't be wise at this time. We're making cuts, and I think that we are supposed to be set the example. So if we're not setting the example, what good are we? So we need to be, good on our word as well. So this, I would make would not be supporting it as well. So we have a motion. Any additional discussion? We have a motion by Ms. Gates and a second by Ms. Sarmiento. If we have no additional discussion, please vote.
Item fails, 3 no, 20.
Okay. Item 9D is to approve coast-to-coast federal advocacy trip to be covered for delegates. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Gates, and a second. I will second it for discussion.
Discussion, please.
Go ahead.
You second before I discussion.
Second for discussion.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Didn't catch that. The Coast to Coast Federal Advocacy Trip.
To be covered for delegates.
Right, it had been brought up in the past that maybe the president and the board clerk should be the ones attending on behalf of the district. So what we're saying is it doesn't necessarily have to be two people that attend, it can be just one person that attends. Is that right?
I think we had discussed this during our governance protocols, and it was voted down.
So we're doing what?
So it was brought back by our board president. So am I mistaken?
So basically,
We had this discussion during our.
that it would be based on whether or not we had the money in our budgets in order to go.
Right.
And so now the question is being raised to have the delegates be paid for so that you can advocate, so that you can go as advocates out of general fund instead of out of your board budget.
We had this discussion and we said that that was not going to be the case.
So to clarify, Trustee Sarmiento is correct. During the board workshop, the board discussed the president and the clerk, and that was not accepted by the board. This is for delegates, so slightly different being proposed by the board president.
So this item will determine who pays for it. Does the district pay for it, or does it come out of our own individual budgets? And if we don't have enough money, we would pay the difference out of our pocket if we really wanted to go. Right? I think we would have to.
So if we vote yes, that means that it, because it comes out of the general fund, not out of your personal budget.
Well, one of the things that we had discussed when I first got here was the fact that when it came to these budgets, that they were our budgets. They were not to be borrowed from, they are not borrowed against. It is, you have the money in your hand, in your pocket, and that's that. So if like straight up, I remember like one of the things that came up was if I'm missing $500 and you have 1,000, I don't get to ask you for money because that is not the way this is set. This is for each individual person's advocacy and learning opportunities. And so that was what we had made very clear then, and I believe that when we discussed it again this go round, that was again what we had made very clear, was that, and because I also want to just state clearly, the borrowing against from each other or borrowing from the future is a no-go. We've said that clearly unless we, for some reason, are changing that, but that's not up for grabs on this.
It was my budget, it was referring to.
I know.
I'm frugal, I try to save money every chance I can, and they want to take money from my budget because they overspent. So, yeah, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I remember. All right.
Any other discussion?
Could we make, motion to amend to include verbiage that only delegates who have the budget, will be able to attend?
Well, that's actually what it is now. Like if you have the budget, you can attend any conference. So that's just what it is now. So it really doesn't need to be amended to be honest. It just is to prove that you get to go at the expense of the general class, basically. So this is to not, it's basically, you get to go regardless of what you have to do. That's what this means, yeah. So.
Motion by Ms. Gay, second by Ms. Castillo.
Yeah. Pretty comfortable, but we're good. The motion fails. Or the fails. Okay, moving on. To item 10, educational services. Item 10A is the presentation on the Olivewood Gardens partnership. Dr. Filio?
Yes, well, we are pleased to be able to celebrate our ongoing 15-year partnership with Olivewood Gardens, who provide hands-on garden, nutrition, and environmental science lessons to our students at all of our schools. So this evening, we have Olivewood Gardens here today to share some of the highlights of the work that they do with our schools.
Good evening. I'm so happy to be here. See so many smiling faces right now. Good evening, board, families, faculty, teachers, and community members. My name is Jenny Barajas, and I'm the Director of Youth Programs at Olivewood Gardens and Learning Center. And we're right down the street, so if it were daytime, I'd suggest we go on a field trip. Our mission is to nourish communities and cultivate a deep connection to the environment through nutrition education, sustainable urban agriculture, collective advocacy, and intergenerational leadership. And we have been doing field trip programs for over 15 years now. We're in our 16th year, and I'm excited to share some information on that with you today. Our programs have been developed and have evolved as a result of community input. And we have programs that wrap around National City community members starting at a toddler age and going well into adulthood. We started with a field trip program serving a handful of National School District elementary schools, and those schools walked to Olivewood Gardens for their field trips 3 times a year. And so we've not struggled. We've been thought provokers and found ways to get into all 10 schools. And we've been a source of food access to the community through our partnerships and donation-based produce stand, as well as growing food for the school district to have on their cafeteria salad bars. Our current partnership has grown from the field trip program into school garden lessons that engage every elementary school's school garden as an outdoor classroom, and into the after school program space in the last year. We also have our kitchenistas do parent presentations in all of the schools, and I see a lot of nodding, so I'm guessing some of you have seen those. We've also participated in the wellness committee and school events as invited. We're invited all the time for events such as Nature Day, Parent Nights, the NSD 5K, and various open houses. As mentioned, this is our 16th year of field trips with Olivewood Gardens, and all 4th graders from all 10 National School District schools come to Olivewood 3 times a year for nutrition and environmental science curriculum. Our 2-hour field trips include a garden and environmental science lesson where students are exploring, planting, harvesting, and learning along the way. And they're also visiting our teaching kitchen to complete a nutrition science lesson while experiencing hands-on cooking. Right now, 4th graders from Ira Harbison just visited and made happy, we call them happy quesadillas. So they're quesadillas, a familiar and delicious treat with a rainbow of vegetables added to it. And it's not surprisingly delicious, and it's surprisingly delicious. Our lessons are NGSS aligned and are presented to students with an essential question to incite wonder, critical thinking, and deep understanding. Right now, our essential questions are, why should we care about pollinators? So we're currently in our 3rd field trip series, and so students are learning about pollination and why it's important to have pollinators around us. Olivewood Gardens funds all 4th grade NSD field trips, and during this school year, we welcomed 30 classes and 717 students, and that includes our combo classes. So that was like a fun little trick. At the beginning of the year, we have 3rd, 4th combos, 4th, 5th combos, and they've all been welcome to come. And we've also created special day class curriculum for mild, moderate, and moderate severe students to come and enjoy a lesson that is based on pollination at this time of year. I thought it was really cool. I was taking a look at data while presenting this, while creating this presentation, and found that 93% of 4th grade students report confidence in growing a seedling after participating in our lessons. All right, so we evolved into our school garden program in all elementary schools, and we started that with lessons from kindergarten through 6th grade. And as our community is needed, our focus right now is in TK through 3rd grade classes, and we've created an additional lesson. So just like our field trip programs, students are going into their school garden space to enjoy 3 lessons that are focused on garden science, environmental science, and nutrition. And we've created a new STEAM-focused lesson where students are doing art and engineering in the garden. And last week I visited Palmerway, and they were making spider webs out of yarn, and some students were pretending to be flies. So they were learning how the world works by actually like creating things together. Again, our lessons are tied to next generation science standards, Common Core, and California health standards. And we incorporate students in our school garden maintenance alongside our school garden specialist, who maintains all 10 of those gardens. So our student participation in that program is 2,071 students, with an opportunity to serve the remaining, I think, 1,800 students should we be asked to. Last year, at the beginning of last year, we ventured into the after-school enrichment program space. And so in all of our elementary schools, we have done 3 sessions that are 7 weeks long after school, engaging in hydroponics gardening, which is an innovative way to grow food with 90% less water. And we just harvested radish and lettuce today in one of the schools. And it's just amazing to see the kids get to start the seeds, and then, 6 weeks later, they get to harvest it all and take it home. So they start the seeds and they finish that whole cycle, and they're cooking along the way. So every week they're also cooking. And our fun fact for this evening is students grow enough produce in a unit that's about this big to take home 1 full grocery bag at the end of the session. And students are reporting cooking more snacks at home with families during this program. And then we can't forget our kitchenistas, who are in all of our schools, chatting, doing presentations with parents, and also supporting our education programs. Does somebody see themselves up there? And so these parent programs are just another way, another connection where students and their family members are all getting related curriculum and making connections together. All right, so why does all this matter? Because we're so great, right? And we're providing a robust science curriculum that's that's well thought out with your students in mind. And they're all tied to the next generation science standards, Common Core, California health standards. Our educators are invested in student learning and have built rapport with the kids over the months and years. They're like celebrities, like they're like high-fiving each other as they walk through the school. And I think having safe adults around our children that incite learning and exploring out in nature is highly important. It's been a joy to feel like an integral part of our students' life as they grow up. Yes, Olivewood Gardens has deep connections to NSD students and their families in the community, and I see that in all of the faces of the board here and family members here. Thank you. Providing wraparound educational experiences to our youth in a caring environment, such as their own school garden spaces and at Olivewood Gardens and Learning Center, is aligned with NSD's core value beliefs of children first, relationships matter, whatever it takes. I'd like to share some reflections of some outcomes and impacts. Like when we have people on the property, we're always hearing about NSD and programs and folks who have kids who are in our programs. Our high school students in their applications for our internship programs very frequently are reporting that they remember coming to Olivewood and they've been waiting to come back because they came as a 4th grade student. And we're going to start seeing that it's because they were also in their school gardens as well. A parent in Cooking for Salute very recently shared praise that their kids are just raving about our after school program. And high school counselors are reporting that Olivewood Gardens are going on college applications. Our vision for the future is to keep on keeping on, like it ain't broke. So you don't need to fix it. We hope you see value in this partnership next school year and fund our in-school garden lessons and after-school programs. Based on teacher input, school garden surveys, we're developing easy, short, and snappy activities that take teachers into the gardens with their students during the school day to enhance their math, social studies lessons, and to get outside in their outdoor classrooms more. Our educators are being creative, engaging students where they're able to in their school gardens, no matter their grade level. We're open to and welcome to the opportunity to provide lessons for 4th through 6th grade. We have crop plans in motion to ramp up production of food, such as lettuce, Swiss chard, radish, onions, and tomatoes as we transition into the warm season, and other abundant crops when the school garden lessons are not in session at the school, in order to provide access to fresh and hyper-local veggies and fruits to our school families. And then some of our impact, we're consistently seeing students eat more fruits and vegetables and are more connected to the earth. We call them adventurous eaters. Students are choosing careers in sustainability, horticulture, culinary arts, and nutrition. And students and parents in our community are becoming health leaders within their families and their community. And students have positive attitudes and behaviors related to food and health. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen, for your presentation, and thank you for the partnership. Just had a few clarifying questions. When it says Olivewood Gardens funds the 4th grade visits, is that our funding or is that from the operating budget?
We are fundraising to bring students, yes. Transportation is something that teachers are using from their budget, but our field trip programs are funded fully by Olivewood Gardens.
Thank you.
After school programs, however, and our in-school garden programs, those are funded by the district.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up on that, I just wanted to know more in regards to the vision. Is this more like, have we in the past done any grant writing together or any applications like that? Or is that something you're considering as an organization?
Yes, I think that we would love to partner on grants. that would be fantastic. And I think that we're always seeking creative ways to fund our programs. National School District students, National School District elementaries are a priority for Olivewood Gardens. So.
And my last question, sorry, I just wanted to know about the is it ponic or phonic?
Hydroponics,
Yeah.
yes.
Who maintains those? Is that our end or your end? Or?
We maintain the hydroponic units during the sessions, and then we're wrapping up this session, and then we're getting our elbow grease into those machines to make them good as new in order to get ready for our next session. So those units were purchased by the district, and we're engaged in those in education programs. And there are cooking carts as well. So each school has a cooking cart where we engage those to cook recipes.
I just wanted to add that the funding for the buses and the programming is part of the LCAP collaboration, and it comes through the surveys, and Olivewood Gardens consistently gets great feedback in the surveys every single year. We're currently in that process right now, surveying all of our programs throughout the district. We did do a collaborative of nonprofits within National City and earned an impact award for $10,000 grant that went back into the nonprofit sharing to continue to build the programs. And that was through the Classroom of the Future Foundation last year. And then, of course, we got the $1,000 bonus from Climatech for the Golden Bell application, but we absolutely certainly would be open to looking at any grant funding. I know that we've written letters of support for Olivewood Gardens in the past that help them get grants to better their experiences at the gardens, so our kids can experience that, and or to enrich our students in participating in your programs.
I know we received from CSBA a Golden Bell Award. We weren't able to get an exact Golden Bell, so we got a replica to present that you can take and display at Olivewood Gardens. So on behalf of the governing board and the National School District, I'd like to present to you guys with this, and thank you for the partnership for the past 16 years. And I've had the pleasure of being able to be a part of the Olivewood Gardens and the first round of the field trips. And I've been at many field trips because I have 3 boys, and I've had to go on several. Me too. Chaperones, so yes, I've been at many, and I'm one of those picky eaters, so I've had to be a non-picky eater, adventure eater. So thank you so much for what you guys do for our children. So yeah, we thought we had to bring that in section, so I welcome you guys to the front so we can take a big meeting together. We already had such a cool.
No.
Thank you.
Item 10B is to adopt resolution 25-26.36, declaring the weeks of April 11th through April 17th, 2026 as the week of the young child.
So moved.
Dr. Lydia?
Yes, so the Week of the Young Child is an opportunity for us to celebrate the young children and families in our community and the important role of early childhood education. To publicly affirm this commitment to our youngest students and all of the dedicated staff who enrich their lives, the governing board annually adopts a resolution declaring the week of April 11th through the 17th as the Week of the Young Child.
Second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Sarmiento, second by Any discussion? Please vote.
Madam Secretary.
Item 10C is to approve CT 4358 with Spindle Staffing Agency. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second with discussion.
Gates?
Basically, I'd like to hear more about the comments. Where are we at when it comes to our need for credentialed non-severe teachers? What are we doing to help bridge that gap, close that? I know it's a larger problem. I know that some of our neighboring districts have essentially done us dirty by offering sign-on stipends that we can't all afford. Yeah, I know that there are things like that that go on. And so, but can you please give us the details so that we have a better understanding before we make a decision?
Yes, this is a position that's been vacant since November. We have had several applicants for this position. We actually offered the position to someone who initially did accept the position and then later turned the position down. We have another applicant who is from the Philippines. She asked us to sponsor a visa if we have the visa program. So for various reasons, we've had 6 applicants so far that have not worked out for one reason or another.
Wanted to know, are these contractors credentialed at Insped and have that? I just can't find the word, but not in agreement with outsourcing if the position is still open and the rate compared to what our salary would be, it would be astronomical if we just find the right person.
And we agree with you. We prefer to hire an employee for our students. Unfortunately, we do have obligations to ensure that we are meeting the needs in the IEP for those students. So we can wait. It's still open. The position's still there. So if we were to find someone in a few weeks, we would no longer use this service. But we are definitely continuing to look.
Knowing that this is a continuing problem that we are facing, what are we, I know we have this to deal with tonight, but I'm also wondering what our planning is for addressing these continuing gaps, or as far as offering training through the district, offering internships. Like, what are we doing? Are we talking to our current teaching staff about who may be interested in adding an additional credential? Like, what are we doing to make this to help fill these roles, and especially from our own people who already are present and committed to these students, our students in this place?
So the county office has really been our best partner in this pathway. They have various pathways, particularly for those who either already have a bachelor's or are working towards a bachelor's degree, or they're already credentialed with a multiple subject and want to transition into getting a ed specialist credential. So we have partnered with them. We have sent employees every year when the program opens. There's an informational meeting, and our employees do participate in that. We actually have 2 that have already completed the internship program that are now fully credentialed, and they did work their way through that process. We have another employee currently who is a gen ed teacher who asked about and was interested in the program at the county office, was accepted, is starting the process, and beginning next year will be eligible, intern eligible to apply for one of our positions. That's one of our own teachers. So each year we do send out the information. And like I said, there's only a few agencies or organizations that do this internship pathway, but the county office seems to be the most successful.
I also want to add, and correct me if I'm wrong, when we have needed to use swing substitutes in the past, or even regular substitutes that come through, we do encourage some of the best to consider going into the interim program and consider going into special education. And so I believe Swing has told us that their goal is to get all of their substitutes hired. So there's not a compete clause where we can't tell them to then apply for our positions as well. So.
Okay. So just to clarify, currently we have a sub that we have contracted, or do we have a swing sub right now in the role, in the classroom?
We have had a substitute. This has had a variety of substitutes in this class. So I would say we've had both.
And how does ed code limits, how does that impact the classroom? And how will it continue to impact? Are we going to hire this person in a temporary role? How will this, because those 20-day limits that ed code has in place for substitutes, what does that look like here?
Well, I'd like to maybe ask Dr. Vargas to come over and provide a little bit broader explanation on the actual day-to-day operations on that.
Good evening, board. To answer your question, Trustee Gates, this position would obviously want to hire our own permanent staff. The contracted staff is fully credentialed, and so they would be acting as a long-term sub. They'd be able to case manage, provide specialized academic instruction, up until the point where we hire our own permanent staff. And so the rules for to switch the sub every 30 days wouldn't apply because they're actually credentialed.
And just to add, Dr. Vargas did have the ability to interview the candidates for this contract.
Ms. Lopez? Yes. So what is the actual cost from if they start tomorrow or Monday? What is the actual cost from them being in the classroom? What's the total?
Contract cost, it shows the hourly rate.
I think they're 57 days after school, I was told during staff meeting
Excuse me. A little bit ago, I asked the same question, Ms. Lopez, and was told that the approximate cost would be $35,000. We then took a look at a number of different ways to lower that cost. The reality is it is a billable rate, as you see in the agreement. And so how much would it cost? It depends on how much the individual was utilized, right? But in asking the estimate of approximately what or how much it would cost, I was told $35,000. And then additionally, like I said, we saw some other ways that we could lower that cost further by, not having the individual support in the ways that we needed, but not having them all the way there through the end of the year, for example. Hope that helps.
additional discussion? Please vote.
Item passes 3 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Item 11. 11A. 11A to adopt resolution 25-26.35 to decrease the number of classified employees due to a lack of work and or lack of funds. Can I get a motion?
May I speak? I'm a parent, and I'm here to support Myrna.
We're gonna,
okay, yeah, thank you.
Simply to open the floor so that we can also hear from everyone. Okay. I'll make a motion so that we can hear from everyone.
Yes. I have a motion for 5 mistakes. And a second for the discussion. Okay. Do we have discussion on the board?
Yeah.
Second by Jeff. Does anybody have discussion and stuff? Discussion.
All right, so for this item, first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for being here. This process is not easy when we're looking at layoffs. Unfortunately, back in 2022, the state of California adopted a law that said that our classified employees are now subject to the same process as our certificated employees, which means that the first step in a layoff procedure would be to notify the employee of a March 15th layoff notice. So this is the first step in the process. The actual position, if approved, would be laid off in May. So this is just the first notification of that process. In this particular case, this is for lack of work, not lack of funding. And because of that, this is coming forward. I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Filia, to talk about the work and the shifts in the work.
Yes. There has been a basic shift really across the state about how districts are addressing student attendance issues or challenges. And that shift really moves us away from punitive measures like the SAR process, those processes, and more towards a model focused on connecting and on supporting. So we know more now about what brings students back to school and keeps them attending. And so those efforts really are grounded at the site level. Our new focus centered around the recently launched Community Schools Initiative will support that work. It's all about re-engaging families and students by working collaboratively with them to identify and to remove barriers to attendance. That shift really in approach prioritizes connecting families directly to resources and offering supports, ensuring that our efforts are based on partnerships and providing necessary help rather than the SAR enforcement process. And so those are the shifts that really have happened across the board. We're fortunate as a district to be part of community schools at our schools and to be able to implement those pillars that are really based in reconnecting, connecting, supporting our students and our families. And so that's really the shift that's been happening over the past several years and how we're trying to connect with families to ensure increasing and maintaining attendance.
Do we have any public comment cards for this? I'd like to hear those.
Oh my God.
Wow. So part of my question is, or part of my thinking is, if this role as it stands cannot remain the same because the SARB process is changed. Like the whole, like, we aren't addressing things in the same way. We aren't hunting down parents. We aren't calling SRO and truancy officers to go do that. I mean, New Jersey 25 years ago, my in-laws got a letter for a potential $5,000, I think it was, if their child did not show up to school. It was not my husband. It was a rough year, but it was not my husband. If the role stays, I'm assuming the role would have to change drastically, which would then be a negotiations issue or a classification or something issue with CSEA. So just saying this piece out loud, this role can't stay the same, is what I'm understanding, or at least what what has been explained. Am I correct?
That is correct. That is. It's really when schools potentially have a concern around academics, for example, they might hold an SST where the team comes together and talks through and again, try to identify what are the barriers and trying to connect that student to interventions or supports or resources. And so the approach is just generally shifting as far as how we address those individual situations.
And have we discussed having this? I know that we're talking about some of this stuff would fit under what the community schools TOSAs do. Is a possibility because those community schools, because of that. But
they're not doing it.
You are saying that this role, if we keep this position, the role has to be rediscussed, requalified, re-identified as what the job description would be if we were to keep the position. Yes?
I think that we would need to take a look at what falls under that position and really talk about how we can redefine that to ensure that it's a support to the general process. But like I said, I think it would be a completely different, there would be different aspects to the existing position. So we would absolutely need to take a look at that.
Ms. Lopez, thank you. Just want to clarify, where is the funding for this position from? Is this general fund?
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. This position is funded by Fund 1 restricted, not unrestricted general fund. Of course, the unrestricted general fund is the particular pot of money that the board has a resolution from interim 1 that we'll be discussing later tonight. And this position is in the restricted side. It is not associated with the resolution that you passed.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, just to clarify what Trustee Gates was saying, this could be classified into the actual duties that it's supposed to do, reflected current legislation or current practices of attendance.
That would be something that would need to be negotiated and discussed.
Okay, and then my next question is actually two things. So what I'm hearing staff say is that the community school TOSAs will be the ones taking on this role. And if that is the case, is that already on their current job description that they have accepted?
Nope.
No. To this position? Or if it's not them, who is it? And if it's another classified member, is that already within their job description?
No, sure isn't.
I think that really at essence, it's really about the work shifting completely. So the past tasks that maybe were under this position, those tasks are now different completely. And so that's where we would really need to talk about what that looked like at the school site. So when we talk about the community schools TOSAs, they're really about one of the main components of their roles is to make sure that they are identifying needs and gaps, and then that they are trying to work with the school team and connecting families with supports or resources. And so that's really, I think, what the community schools work is focused on. So it's not necessarily that the tasks that were under that position are now shifted to someone else on the site. It's really a completely different approach to the work itself.
Transitioning. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that you can't take a classified position and give it to a credentialed employee, is that correct?
Right.
Yes,
exactly.
So-
Transitioning. Transition.
Yeah. So it's what I had mentioned as far as the work itself has changed.
Yes.
And so in the past, right, there might be a lot of components where data reports, things would be gathered to be able to present to a SARB hearing in the SARB process. And that process doesn't exist anymore for us in our district. It's really, the DA themselves have let us know that that's not something that they hold those hearings anymore. And again, the philosophy behind how we want to support our students and our families is moved away from the SARB hearings and been more about connecting those families with the supports that they might need. So the county office may hold certain SARB hearings, but it looks different as to how it used to look. And so really, they are encouraging and working with many districts to ensure that they're, again, refocusing on trying to shift what the work looks like so it's focused on connecting and re-engaging families versus the official, like the SARB hearings that we might be more familiar with.
So I have two. One is I'm wondering what the discussion with CSAA has been regarding this particular role. So because I would assume this discussion is also taking place with CSEA. And second is I am wondering about the comparison between components of the current role and the expected role. Because for instance, if a mass amount of time was spent on parent phone calls, I don't see how that parent contact changes. See what I mean there? So if you're setting up meetings, I'm just saying also because I don't know. I've actually never been in a SARB review. So I don't know, and I also don't know how this person how this particular position participated in that type of thing, and how much of the time was taken with that versus the day-to-day of these children are absent. This is actually the 14th time, and it's only day 20, and we need to start making those phone calls. Like I don't know what was to what we think could be that is going to be so different. So those two things, one, the discussion with CSEA, and second, the comparison of previous role to current roles, actual demands and expectations.
As far as the first question, we have not negotiated a new job description or sunshined anything to bargain that. But we have communicated about the process that this was going to be coming again. There is a deadline of March 15th. Unfortunately, that is out of our hands in terms of the timing. But we have communicated about this position. And CSEA did send a request for information on all of the functions of the position that we responded to.
The second part was that comparison. The previous role and its expectations and where time and effort was spent to current, to projected expectations and where time and effort would be spent.
I think if you look at the job description, a lot of the tasks that are underneath it have to do with SARB and the preparation for SARB, the contacting, the gathering the reports, all of those components. And that piece would not be, as I mentioned, that's not something that we would be transferring to anyone else, because that's not the approach that we're taking, is by taking families or students to SARB hearings. And so that's, I think, what the key shift as far as that, their time allocation. Of course, I don't want to diminish the importance or the impact or the value that role contributed into the reach outs and the, I completely acknowledge that was something that was in place. But I think that the impact or the effectiveness of being able to really try to support all of the students that might have those issues as a component, as one of their barriers to their learning, that's something that we not just national, but many districts are moving towards this other approach. And again, it's really more about taking a look at the student, taking a look at the other concerns that are happening with that student, trying to re-engage with the family, and really begin to work as a school site, really, on those types of initiatives that would change the climate of the school in that way, that they're kind of re-engaging with families. And that could look like anything from what's happening in the classroom to school-wide events, to your PBIS approaches, to those systems. It's really all about that school campus culture. And there's several trainings even that the county's offering, focusing on that.
Yeah, Trustee Gates, you had mentioned about the SARB process. I, at one time, was a student parent representative on the SARB committee here in National City, and I attended several meetings. It was somewhat of an intimidating process where the parent was required to show up at the National City Police Department and sit in the front of the room in front of police officers. We had our school representatives, we had parent representatives, people from the community, and every one of them would ask questions of the parent. You know, why aren't you bringing your kid to school? Or why is your child always late for school? And have the parents answer to the people and their questions. And like I said, it was somewhat of an intimidating process, but it was very effective. It was very effective during this time. The parents didn't come back. You know, I think they had started maybe once a month or once every couple of months. And we would see different parents with different students, because obviously it's been a while to get to every single one of them. But like I said, it was very successful. It worked very well, and that's why I asked, do we still have SARB? Because I haven't been on the committee in a while, and I didn't know if that was still going on, but I think it's very thorough.
Yes.
And last question I had was, will the board have another opportunity to bring this back before June?
Yes, it would be by May 15th.
We will.
Okay. So if we would have to make a decision today, and then finalize them in May.
Correct. But they were required by May 15th, so I'd have to look at when, if that were to happen, let me just look at our May board meeting would be May 13th. We have a board meeting.
So to clarify, we would have to approve today and then and make a decision by May to
to eliminate.
Can you give that whole process?
Yeah, so this is the first notification and this is the first step in the notification process that the position may be eliminated. And then we have until May 15th is a Friday, and then our next May board meeting would be May 13th. So by that day, we could rescind it, correct?
Ms. Lopez.
Yes, thank you. What I'm hearing staff say that there's an assumption of responsibilities from TOSA's parent engagement, job duty that you think will transfer into actual attendance in doing this work. Is that what you're saying? That within that TOSA description, parent engagement means I'm doing attendance now? What is that?
I think that the intent for our community schools, which is part of the pillars, right, for our community schools framework is to support the campus culture and climate to ensure that kids are feeling engaged and connected with schools. Part of that is to implement our MTSS process, which you can apply to academics, you can apply it to behavior, you can apply it to attendance. But the idea there fundamentally is to identify what are the barriers for students and then to try to connect them to whatever supports that they might need to help overcome those barriers.
Okay, and then what happens after the 5 years of grant funding? Are we going to release those TOSA? What does that look like then? Who will take over that responsibility that's being observed by them? What would happen?
Without being able to give specific information, it has been a theme at the governor's budget workshops and some of the ongoing legislative budget forecasts that community schools money would be increased, not that new schools would be able to apply, but that additional, more substantial than what we've already seen funding would be provided to schools. One of the possibilities is that it could go out further than 5 years.
Okay, I just want to state that I'm not comfortable with how we are assuming job descriptions for both sides of our collective bargaining teams. I, as a governing board member, I don't want to bend the law just because I feel a need to reduce $80,000 or $90,000. I'm also not comfortable that our staff members say that we approve a role when we did not, and then we go and try to have a resolution to decrease another one. I'm not okay with potentially approving this resolution and leaving a person wondering for 2-3 months if they still have a job. That is not how we should treat our staff members.
Yes. That should not be happening. You heard that.
We're gonna now move to public comments. I'm gonna read your names so you guys can be ready for your names for your comments. Camelia Arias, and then and the timer will be up there.
Good evening, members of the governing board, Superintendent Dr. Brady, and members of the executive cabinet. My name is Camelia Arias. I am the administrative assistant at Kimball School and vice president of CSCA Chapter 206. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I am here to respectfully ask the board to reconsider dissolving the welfare and attendance specialist position currently held by Myrna Ramirez. I have witnessed firsthand the impact of Myrna's work. Because of her dedication and expertise, our schools have maintained attendance rates at 90% or higher across all 10 school sites. Yes. Myrna works closely with technicians, administrative assistants, district staff, principals, teachers, students, and parents. Her role is truly unique. In fact, she and our school office technicians are among the only positions that directly generate funding for the district through attendance. But Myrna's value cannot be measured by numbers alone. When Myrna meets with families, she brings both strength and compassion. She listens with care and understanding, helping parents and students feel supported rather than judged. Her ability to connect with families during difficult situations has made a real difference in the lives of many students. I also ask you to please consider Myrna's personal circumstances. She is currently battling cancer and undergoing treatment as she fights for her health and future. During this vulnerable time, her employment and health insurance are critical for her to continue receiving the medical care she needs. For 25 years, Myrna has proudly served the students and families of National City. Supporting children and helping families in our community has never just been a job for her. It's been her life's work.
Yes.
Dr. Brady, over the past 10 years, you have helped shape the profile of a National School District learner grounded in compassion and our core values: children first, relationships matter, and whatever it takes. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to reflect on those values and the legacy we want to leave behind. Tonight, if our values are truly children first, relationships matter, and whatever it takes, then let us show that those words are more than a slogan. Let them be the decision we make today. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Blanca Carson. Are you sleeping?
It's 7 o'clock.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Brady. My name is Blanca Carson. I have been with the district for over 23 years. Tonight, I am here to speak in support of my good friend and coworker, Myrna Ramirez.
Family.
Myrna is an essential part of not only our schools, but also the families we serve. She has dedicated more than 2 decades to this district, building relationships and supporting students and parents every day. I would like to draw your attention to our district's vision, mission, and core values, which make the district an exceptional place to be. In particular, I want to highlight compassion, collaboration with families, and the importance of relationships. Right now, it feels as though we are falling short of those values. We are not demonstrating compassion as global citizens. The bridge of collaboration with our families feels broken. And we are not showing that relationships truly matter when we let down someone who has been committed to this district for over 20 years. I ask that you reflect on these values and remember the people who have dedicated their careers to serving our students and community. I also want to add that if it wasn't for her, I would not be here today. I have learned so much from her in the past 23 years. I am who I am because of what I learned from her. And she has given me the wings to fly high. Without her, I wouldn't have flown this high.
They wouldn't.
So I hope I'm making her proud. Thank you for your time.
Jackie, you're up. And then Myrna Ramirez, Michelle Manchester, and then Leo Good.
Good evening, Governing Board Trustees and Executive Cabinet. As CSA President, I stand here today to speak in support of our long-term member, Myrna Ramirez. For 25 years, Myrna has served the National School District as a school welfare and attendance specialist. She has worked alongside principals, counselors, families to support students who need guidance most, helping them keep connected to the schools through SART meetings, SST meetings, and direct outreach to the families. Through that work, she has built relationships with students and families who trust her. And as the district often reminds us, relationships matter. The district has stated that this position is being dissolved due to lack of work and a change in approach. And while the approach may be shifting, the work doesn't disappear. Students still struggle with attendance. Families still need support. Schools still need someone helping bridge that connection between home and school. And while the district may feel this has been addressed with the addition of community schools TOSAs, it is important to recognize this would mean replacing a classified position with a certificated position, changing not only the role, but the structure of how this support has historically been provided. While school TOSAs are a valuable addition to the site teams, their work and resources will be directed toward broader needs beyond attendance. At the same time, the district is already saving 50% of Myrna's salary while she is on leave. A substitute has never been placed in this position, meaning those additional funds are not being spent to cover the work the district is retaining those savings. And the work has continued. Throughout her leave, office technicians have stepped in and taken over those responsibilities without question, because it's understood to be a temporary situation, and they're doing it in support of a colleague. But stepping in temporarily to support a coworker should not be interpreted as proof that the work doesn't exist.
Exactly.
The reality is that the work will still exist, the relationships continue to matter, and the students and families will rely on the support still needed. Myrna has given 25 years of service to the school district and to the students of National City. We ask the district to pause, consider the broader impact, and recognize the value of the people and the relationships that help students connected to our schools. I did want to add that CSEA is open to renegotiating this job description and has not been approached by the district to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I have Myrna Ramirez, Michelle Manchester, and Real Good on deck. Good evening, members of the governing board, Superintendent Dr. Brady, and members of the executive cabinet. My name is Myrna Ramirez, and for the past 25 years, I have served National School District as a school welfare and attendance specialist. I stand before you today not just as an employee, but as a dedicated public servant who's actively battling cancer.
Tú puedes. Diles.
While on FMLA, leave fighting for my life, I received a call informing me that my position would be eliminated at the end of the school year. This has been disheartening and stressful for me at this vulnerable time. I was informed that there were two reasons for the elimination of my role. First, they explained that the district no longer refers cases to the district attorney, which was previously listed as a core function of my outdated job description. Second, they stated that many of the responsibilities would be absorbed by the TOSAs and office technicians. My official job description does not reflect the critical role I play in student attendance and their well-being. I have built positive relationships with hundreds of families facing real-life issues, homelessness, domestic violence, health issues, and loss of loved ones. These relationships matter to me. Yes. Not only do I make a difference in my job, I don't hesitate to go above and beyond for our students and families. I have connected families with counselors, reported welfare concerns as a mandated reporter, and linked family to other resources in the community. I make sure that children come first and are cared for. My job includes building relationships and advocating for students and parents alike. I do whatever it takes to get students to school, even if it means reaching into my own pocket.
Yes.
To eliminate this role now, while I'm at my most vulnerable and fighting a life-threatening illness, sends a devastating message to the community that when a dedicated employee faces a health crisis, the district discards the very relationship that keeps students in the school and safe. I'm asking the board to vote against the elimination of my position, which would disregard the 25 years of proven impact. Let me recover, let me return, and let me continue to serve the students and their families in National City.
Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet. Thank you for listening. I'm Michelle Manchester, grade 6 Central School, and I don't come up here very often, so this is important to me. Based on what I've heard here tonight, I don't really need to read this. You know how we feel about Myrna. 25 years in the district, you guys, 25. I feel bad that kind of the discussion that I heard happening was all about how the majority of her position is SARB. I don't see it that way at all.
No,
Myrna's
yes,
been known to
exactly.
buy diapers for families that don't have diapers. And Myrna's been known to connect families with resources and get kids to school by building positive relationships. I know SARB's intimidating, and I know it worked. I also heard some talk about community schools, and I don't want to throw community schools under the bus because they're doing good things, but they're building the plane as they're flying it. And the theory of what you're saying is community schools is doing is not practice in my classroom. Well, Myrna's been out, and I can verify this statistically if any board member would like to see it. I just picked 2 students that their seats are frequently empty in my classroom. Student A has missed 44 days of school this year, which is 34% of her learning. And student B has missed 59 school days, which is 46%. Now, our office techs are still sending letters home, which Myrna has offered graciously to generate from her home while she's on leave.
On medical leave.
We really need to consider what we're doing here because the theory of community schools is great, but it's not in practice yet. And I know my classroom's suffering.
Exactly.
My student who has 59 absences, literally, when I throw out what can I do better, she responded, you could review what I missed when I was out. We need Myrna to be that bridge, at least be a bridge between community schools and the real life, because that's just not happening right now. It saddens me that when the district called Myrna, she thought they were calling to ask her how she was feeling until she heard that she didn't have a job. Where's the humanity right here, you guys?
Exactly.
Where's the
Families come
humanity?
first.
If you're going to eliminate her position, let's make room for her someplace else, as we've done for many other people in the past. Please
For
think,
all of us.
please think about what message we're sending to our kids and what message would be sent to staff if Myrna just doesn't have a job anymore, just like that in these conditions. I beg the board to consider what I've said and reconsider eliminating that position, at least for right now, or rewriting it. I think Myrna told me herself that she's willing to.
She should not be negotiating.
Right.
Exactly.
Be willing to
Yes.
take on different job descriptions if necessary,
No.
different components. Let's think about what we're
25
doing
years.
to a human being. Love you, Myrna. Thanks.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Leo Good. I'm the CSEA rep for National 206. First of all, CSEA remains open to renegotiating this job description in a way that suits the district and remains with Myrna still employed here. Myrna is essential. Classified are essential. After a layoff, classified work does not go away. It gets piled onto other employees through loopholes and technicalities in their job description. This decreases morale and it accelerates burnout. More importantly though, Myrna has given 25 years of her life in service to the students and the community here. She should be given flowers and awards. Instead, she has been given a layoff, more stress and uncertainty, and an offer to demote herself into a lower paying position. There is no consideration for her service, no consideration for her dedication or her commitment. There's no respect for a faithful public servant. There is no attempt for anything other than a layoff of this position. There's no regard for Myrna's current bills or her retirement. She needs our support as she fights an intense battle with cancer. Instead, her employer has given her a layoff. It is up to you, board. It is not up to the superintendent. You are being asked to make the decision. So I ask you, what message do you want to send to the community and to your staff? Is National School District a place that stands with its employees? Or is it a place that lays off its employees when they need its help the most? Please stand with Myrna, please stand with the classified, and please vote no on this layoff.
Christina Benson, and then Angelica Sanchez Sarate.
Good evening, Governing Board and Cabinet members. My name is Christina Benson, 5th grade teacher at Central School, former association president from 2015 to 2021. My first year was at Kimball School, and now I've been at Central for 17 years. And in that time, I've seen 10 principals and a variety of district leadership come and go. And student attendance has become a much more significant concern for classroom teachers
We've seen a rise of that since the pandemic.
Yes.
But I'm not here to echo what some of my colleagues will and have already voiced this evening about the amazing employee that Myrna is and our welfare attendance specialist is. I'm here to talk about union work. And I want to shine a light on leadership and their decisions regarding job positions in the district. I really appreciate the questions that you had earlier, and I was going to say that, dissolving this work was going to be going from a classified to a certificated employee. And some of you I've had this discussion with in the past because it's union busting. It outsources the work of a classified employee. You're being asked to take away their union membership. It affects their member dues, their income, their voting, and some of their decision-making ability. In 2020, some of you lost that were up for election did not receive the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council endorsement because you continue to outsource the nurses' work to Rady's Children's Hospital, which should be certificated NCTA union work. So members up for re-election seeking the Labor Council endorsement will be an automatic no. I will be voicing that to the Labor Council, any board member who tries to seek their endorsement in the future. Lastly, the job description for the welfare and attendance specialist, it's been around since 2016. And the person in the position has not been evaluated in 4 years. Wow. So I urge you to continue to ask the questions you were asking. Hold the district leadership seat to the fire and ask them, whoever made this decision, what has her position transformed into since the pandemic? Because to classroom teachers and office staff, it is not punitive. This position does align with PBIS. It's a voice for our families who need the resources. It's a voice for classroom teachers who are regularly calling parents, wondering where their student is. And most importantly, it's a voice for our students who deserve to have access to their rightful education. So I thank you again for the questions, opening up this agenda item. But as a reminder to you, Governing Board, you are the checks and balances that are needed in holding our leadership accountable when they make decisions in the budget, employee working conditions, and job positions in the district. Not everything is as black and white. There's a lot of gray. I ask you to dissect it, ask more probing questions, and make sure that you hold true to relationships matter.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm the parent. It's, I have 5 kids. Myrna, I had so many on my mind, sorry. Thank you for letting me speak and letting me be presentable here. I do have 5 kids. They do attend Central Elementary. Besides that, I was going through hardship in past few years, and I was one of Myrna's first top lists. I mean, top list. I mean, like, my kids' attendance was horrible. Like, I didn't even believe like a person could be so like impacting my kid's life where my child didn't want to come to school because of my situation. Now my kid is going to give me like a certificate in June due to her impact with everything I've been going through. Team all the way. My kids, like, they come to school, they don't miss school, they get awards. Every time there's assembly, they get awards. And I want to thank her for that, because not only through STAR, not only through just every little moment she takes out of her way to make sure that they were okay. Even if they were doing fine, but they were still in her list, she will contact me once a month. Hey, Mrs. Sanchez, how are you doing? Is everything okay? I hear the kids, blah, 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 blah. Just to make sure that they were still attending school, making sure that the support was there. Half of their teachers are here that I thank truly, and like still continue, and they fight with my kids on a daily, not like fight with my kids. Yes. And I thank them. And like, now they're learning to read and write, things that they weren't doing when they weren't going to school. And like, I thank her. And I thank this whole team that stands behind her that do a great job. Even the ones in the office do amazing. So thank you, Myrna.
We have no additional speakers. That concludes the public comments. Do we have any comments from the board or from staff?
I want to reiterate my appreciation for everybody being here and for sharing your insights and your opinions, your thoughts. Again, it's very difficult, and it certainly is not to discount the work and the efforts at all. So I just wanted to start with that. I wanted just to clarify that our intent is not to shift the work over to someone else, and for us to continue to discuss and think about how we can ensure that we're supporting our students. We do want to continue to reinforce an effort where we're connecting, making sure that our staff are working towards our common goal, which is to support our students, and we're committed to doing that. I think that we would, of course, be open and wanting to have discussions around the position, around the role, around how to ensure that we're continuing to address the needs of our kiddos. I think that we can, from what's been expressed, that this was the first step, but again, it sounds like there's nothing officially that's happening until May. So I just, again, appreciate everyone's input.
I also wanted to say thank you to everybody who is here tonight. Your comments, it means a lot for you to be here and support. So again, thank you. And appreciate everything that's being said tonight. And Myrna, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Myrna.
Well, did you stare enough?
Wait for the next.
If there is no additional comments, please vote.
Motion fails.
Gracias.
I wasn't talking about her.
I just wish you well, and I
Yes.
speedy recovery, and my best wishes and
Our wishes.
All of us.
Yes.
I would like to encourage our staff to get that meeting with CSEA on the books as soon as humanly possible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Myrna, for your years of service and coming out here. I am sorry you had to come out here to speak. I am deeply sorry about that too. Thank you to our staff for your years of dedication too, for showing that love to your colleagues, taking on that work for your colleague. Not a lot of people do that. So thank you so much for what you've shown here. And I also want to echo my colleagues' sentiments. I think we really have to reconsider how we're treating our classified and our certified staff. As
Yes,
a
exactly.
community member myself,
Yes.
I wouldn't want to just have on duties added or have my position eliminated at the school
Exactly.
site. So maybe you're watching this, but I think we have to consider that. And also for our next leadership and incoming, if you're watching this, if you don't have a strong relationship with classified or certified, please don't apply.
Wow.
Don't come to the interview.
Item 11B is to amend CT 4344 with Education Management Solutions. Any discussion?
This is an amendment. Oh, I don't have to push it anymore. This is an amendment for our contract with Education Management Solutions to amend the cost to add additional positions. When we first went out for the proposal to the various organizations or companies that could do this work for us, we estimated around 40 job descriptions. That didn't include a lot of different positions, so this is just to complete that cycle. Can we just pause for 1 second and close that door, please?
How are you?
No, it's fine.
With everybody it's here. Did you want to repeat it?
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Gates and a second by Ms. Sarmiento. If no additional discussion, please vote. Item 12A, Business Services. 12A is to report and approve of the positive certification and budget revision for the second interim financial report in Exhibit C. Dr. Cochran?
Trustee Benefort Castañeda, before he begins, can we have a 5-minute pass?
Time out. We're gonna pause. While you get set up, we're gonna have 5 minutes. Maybe 7 minutes.
I think I'm gonna make it over the rest for myself, so thank you.
Let's do 7 minutes because I think we're all gonna.
Yeah, I need to go farther.
Well, I can't. Okay, we're still like that. Perfect timing because you need. We didn't get it to share it. We can't share it. We can't share that one. We're recording.
Okay.
I haven't.
I was gonna go to this one.
And I'll wait for you.
This is one of those.
You too? Oh, wait, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we made it bigger.
Like standing.
Just gotta ask you.
We know, we know. My glasses always have it. It's never helpful.
First of all. Mistake on my part. Good news is I'm still here.
I
Just
not me.
right.
Yeah. Stuff is pretty good. No, she's not.
No, she's not. She's a teacher.
I think she's doing that. I think she was doing clearly I know. Okay. No, no.
I'm pretty sure she teaches in Spanish. There's no separate. The only school that teaches in Spanish is
That's not true. Don't play on this.
Oh, you're right.
I forgot.
She was good. I told
Hold
her.
on. Pick up the pencil.
It's alphabetical.
But you're right, I was looking at the set position, not the teaching position.
Are you waiting? I'm waiting for them to come. There they go.
Maybe I'm not.
Maybe 5 out of 6.
No, if she's.
For your daughter?
No, she's. If she was like, she was teaching something. Since the last time I was there. Yeah, she maybe she used to teach. That she does, yeah.
What, second grade?
That, well, if it's my thing, it is, I was her enrichment teacher for second grade.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I was like, she's a
Okay.
I should have eaten it right in front of you. Should have like this.
Requires like those big jobs.
Okay. I didn't realize that was a song. I thought you were looking at a car. And I thought you were shopping at a Tesla. No.
We're checking on your Tesla.
I'm checking to see if Tyler is on his way to get out. So.
The Chinese
Checking to see if I can complete this one.
Some of the
That's what I'm trying to present.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what I'm trying to
Making sure that
Yeah.
Oh, she have a
Yes.
pin?
Go to the one in the sink back.
You said 7 minutes, you said 7:50 or 8:50. Oh, yeah, you got 4 minutes.
Wait, yes. Or is that,
Do you
have his phone? Is his phone in your car? I know, because it's actually moving, but he's here in National City. There's a place he could, he is right here.
I think his phone is in your car.
No, he's never been in my car.
Oh.
Hey there, where are you right now? She's with dance. She's the best. She likes her sleep. Yeah. But all of them tell me. And she said she's always in bed. I'm supposed to get her out and go to bed. He never does this. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be there. She stays in bed at home where you go get her. But she wants to stay home. Oh, no, she didn't. Her phone's at home. She's probably. Okay, what is something is so afraid of? Oh. Unless he turned off his location. He could have turned off his location.
And then it's just doing the phone.
That is.
Like if his location gets turned off, would it just?
No, it should.
I don't know.
Well, it says he's on Plaza. Oh, yeah, I'm here, he's over here. Oh. Yeah, he's going home. What happens is he's everybody's taxi. So he'll go pick up his friends at McDonald's and make enough work, and he'll drive them home. I asked myself, do you charge gas? And then I'm like, I was in high school, and somebody wanted me to drive them somewhere. I'm like, how much money do I have? Get $2 on my gas tank?
Hey, Justin, are we off at the moment? Thanks.
Did he say no?
Mic and view or just mic?
I made a comment about how happy I was that we got to go to the unfortunately.
That went around to everybody?
Yeah, that's on YouTube, so that's wonderful.
Nice.
Nice.
But they heard you say it.
No, she's not a rookie, so she angled her mic a little.
Oh.
Yeah. She knows what she's doing.
It's pretty regular.
I'm sorry. Maritza, is Mackenzie going to the bonfire on Friday? Maya was telling me, and I was like, first thing I said, is anybody drinking? She goes, well, and I go, so I'll drop you off and I'll be parked in the car, sitting on the, and when you're ready to go, let's go.
Good call.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not ready for this.
Oh, luckily, like Maritza knows, like our girls are very good girls. Like but there are some people that are on the outside that aren't making the right choices. So. Thank you. Right there on that edge.
Okay, we will be back. We're coming back to regular session from our break. Dr. Cochran, item 12A, report and approve of the positive certification and budget revisions for the second interim financial report in Exhibit C.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board trustees, Dr. Brady, executive cabinet. Tonight, I will be presenting the interim 2 update. And I am presenting it under a backdrop of budget reduction season, which is a challenging time for everybody. When we last met for interim 1, the board approved a resolution, and specifically in that resolution was $4.15 or so million of reductions that the district would need to make to the unrestricted general fund. And I will be in the next item reporting on the budget reduction task force. I will be at that time sharing a plan that we have been meeting about in that budget reduction task force. But in advance of that, in this presentation, I might reference it, but I won't provide exact details in this presentation. So one of the things that I do want to say is budget reduction season, we certainly aren't alone. I was recently at a meeting with several other assistant superintendents of business services from many other districts around the county, and there was a request to have anyone who was engaging in budget-based layoff lists raise their hands. And there was a large portion, about a quarter of the room, that raised their hand when that question was asked. We are not alone. And if you zoom out, COVID brought historic need and historic funding. And we're now at a time where maybe we still have significant need, but those funds will not be replaced. So I'm going to share tonight the interim 2. And before I do, I'll give you a little bit of an update with regards to the economic outlook and what's changed since interim 1. Interim 1, I provided an economic outlook, and I've placed this slide here just as a reminder, and shared that there were higher state revenues than expected in the near term that could boost funding for next year. And I also shared that there were state deficits predicted in the following years: 18 billion the first year and 35 billion the second year. This is just to remind you. And I'm happy to share that the financial picture has improved, and in some ways has improved significantly and unexpectedly. And data from the recent Legislative Analyst Office update, which was just released on February 26th, and I included in my board update. There was a substantial revenue surge. The Legislative Analyst Office, who's often the conservative player in economic forecasts, have revised their estimates higher as a result of that surge being $32 billion higher than previously thought. And that primarily is driven by personal income tax as the primary driver. Interestingly, in January, Governor Newsom produced an estimate that was very positive, and the Legislative Analyst Office new projections are 8.1 billion higher than Governor Newsom's January estimates. So that's all very encouraging news. However, we don't yet know what funding it might have, funding implications or funding impact it might have for us. We're seeing all of these numbers in the billions of dollars in the state level. We definitely see the financial picture is improving, which is great, but we don't yet know exactly how it will translate to us moving forward. At the same time, the update is things continue to look positive, even more positive. In the first interim, I also shared a little bit about sunrising and sunsetting revenue sources. And this slide is a reminder only from interim 1 that I'm providing you just to refresh your memory. And at that time, we had talked about sunsetting revenue sources, learning recovery emergency block grant money that would be used by the end of this year, arts, music, and instructional materials block grant money that would be used by the end of this year, and educator effectiveness grant money as well. Those are our sunsetting revenue sources. And I shared that we were receiving community schools program money over the next 5 years, an anticipated COLA with varying predictions, and that we would be attending the governor's budget workshop on January 22nd and would provide some information about what we learned there. Here's the update for the second interim. That community schools money remains true, that we'll have that for this year and the next 4. New information is that we are going to be receiving some learning recovery emergency block grant money as new one-time funds if the governor's proposal materializes. We have heard that we will receive an anticipated COLA. Currently, we've predicted 2.41 using a particular dartboard as we project the financial information in our report, the interim 2. But we've also heard that it could be as high as 3% because we've had such positive financial information at the state level. The other thing that we've learned that will be new one-time funds is the student support and professional development discretionary block grant, and that should have an impact of about 1.8 million for that SSPD BG money, and that new learning recovery emergency block grant money to be about 900,000. So together they bring about $2.7 million in that we didn't know about before, which is great. That being said, it is not final yet and wouldn't be final or official. We won't know if it's material, if it's truly something that's coming in until the state budget is adopted. As you know, that's right at the end of June, beginning of July. Additionally, I just want to say that learning recovery emergency block grant money and that student support and professional development discretionary block grant money, both of those will receive one time next year. Now, we may receive new one-time money the year after, but there's no hint on the horizon of anything beyond this being received just for next year, okay? The other thing that I want to share is that anticipated COLA sounds very promising, and that our rate of declining enrollment hovers around 3%. So you won't see, when we look at the interim, you won't see significantly increased revenues, because as we have declining enrollment at about 3%, we'll also be receiving a COLA at about 3%. In short, it comes a little bit to a wash, right? We'll have an equivalent high level of funding, but we have fewer students, right? So it comes to a wash. Still very helpful for our overall financial picture because it offsets the declining enrollment that we're facing. So I'm going to also share a little bit about the assumptions that we had for second interim. And so the budget says ongoing special ed expenses, including hiring, sunsetting revenues, insurance payment, declining enrollment. These are things that have happened since the last time we presented, and they are baked into the interim 2 that we're sharing with you tonight. We've accounted for those. Now, we are also accounting in this interim budget an inclusion of new revenue proposed in the governor's budget proposal. So you'll see that that anticipated COLA, the LREBG money that I said would be new one-time money, and the SSPDBG money that I said would be new one-time money, that 2.7 is included in our interim 2 that we're showing you. One thing to know though is as that new money comes in, there was old money, of course, that is going out. So it's really not giving us lots of new funding. At the same time though, we're having reductions, and this is offsetting those reductions in our budget, reductions in the money that we're receiving. So the final thing that I wanted to mention was the reductions that you will also see in the interim 2. It assumes that we are carrying out the board resolution for the $4.15 million that was approved at the interim 1 presentation back in December. And those 4.2 million in reductions you'll see in here, they are included. At the same time, 755,000 of them you'll see listed as a reduction, and those are department budget reductions that we will be making between now and the end of the year. And you'll see that number, 755,000, later in the presentation, and you'll know that this is part of the department reductions that we'll be making, okay? If you take a look at the budget projected year totals, our interim 2 covers everything that has occurred through January 31st of 2026. And so I'll just share with you a little bit about here's what has changed. Our revenues in the combined category have increased by $600,000. Primarily, this is the new inclusion of the Literacy Coaches and Reading Specialists Grant Program. You'll see that we have total increased expenditures of $850,000. A few things in there. There's a self-insurance payment that was not budgeted that came in that we needed to pay. There was a technology expenses, a COLA, and of course we are community schools is now operating, so there are now community schools expenses that there weren't in the beginning of the year. That, of course, that 850 up, and that 600 up, and that 850 down. Leads us to a net total of a reduction of $250,000. And you'll see that the ending fund balance of $12,299,134 is about $250,000 lower than the interim 1. We also have the unrestricted category, which is especially important to us because we need to maintain that 3% reserve in the unrestricted restricted category, which relates directly to the resolution the board passed back in December. You'll see that our revenues really haven't increased in any significance, that we have expenditures that have dropped by $800,000. And so as a result, we have a improved ending fund balance of $5.8 million, about $800,000 greater than what was presented in the, interim one. And so that $800,000 is made up of a couple things. So again, there is that self-insurance payment is there, the COLA is there, the adjustment to retiree benefits there's a little bit of that in there. But primarily the reason that we have the reduction, because those are expenses that I just shared that were added, primarily the reason we have the reduction is because it is a practice in our district that long precedes me to look through all of our restricted funding and see if there is something that we can do to use restricted funding to cover unrestricted expenses. It's generally considered a best practice in operating your budget. And so we have been doing that. And as a result, we've reduced that, or improved rather, that ending fund balance by $800,000. Want to share a little bit about that ending fund balance commitments, because you'll see that it does show up as an increase to the commitments. The district has historically had a protection against future revenue loss account that is a small bubble that offers the district a little bit of cushion if there's an issue and perhaps enrollment decreases or one-time funding doesn't come in. We've had grants that have been revoked by the federal government, not, for example, in National School District, but other districts have had those kinds of issues. So you'll see that $800,000 has provided what was at about $400,000 at interim one, a cushion back to about $1.1 million. Still less than we've had historically. I mean, significantly less than we've had historically, but it is adding back, and it is supporting there being a buffer for fiscal health. There is also the restricted general fund that I want to share a little bit about. So this year we've had a $600,000 increase. I shared with you before. That's the literacy coach, reading specialist grant program. And then we have also had an increase in expenditures by about 1.6 million. And so there's a number of things that are in there that I shared before. It is a component of restricted funds covering unrestricted funds that I shared with you we were doing. Technology expenses, special ed, early preschool, and community schools money that impacted that increase in those expenses. So then, of course, because we have 600,000 increase, 1.6 million decrease, our ending fund balance is about $1 million lower at $6,448,803. So that gives you a little bit about where we are as of January 31st and tells you a little bit about the work that we've been doing as well. Now, I want to take a moment and I want to really share with you about other budget adjustments, because they are a component of the resolution that is there for you to approve this evening. So the other budget adjustment, of course, there's not a reduction that's planned for this year. Now, don't get me wrong, we're certainly reducing anywhere we possibly can, but there's not a list of reductions for this year. We didn't meet with a stakeholder group about reducing dollars this year. So our other budget adjustments in year one is zero, right? However, that 4.15 million that the board approved back in December, now we're at the point where that's 744,960. What are those reductions? Well, we will share with you in a little bit that those are department level reductions here at the district. We plan to be reducing department budgets by that amount, okay? The other thing that I would share is in 27, 28, however, we do still have $4.3 million of reductions to make. And let me share that part of this relates to one-time money. If, for example, we already knew that we were going to receive those $2.7 million, right, that are projected in the governor's proposal, if we knew that we were going to receive that in 27, 28, of course it would not be so high, right? But because we don't know that we're going to receive any additional one-time funds after that point, you'll see that it's substantially higher than what you see in 26, 27. So I want to especially, this is right now, it's taken into the multi-year combined, and I'd like to show it to you in the unrestricted section all by itself, because this is the front and center work, right? We're looking at resolutions, we're meeting actively with stakeholder teams to try and make determinations on, what's our plan, how do we get there? And you'll see that this is the impact that it has on the unrestricted general fund. So whereas we had revenues to expenditures of, about 6 million of difference in 25, 26, you'll see that in 26, 27, that begins to drop to about $2 million as a result of the work that we're doing. And then, of course, in 27, 28, there is a difference of 49 million to 50 million. But because there are some things that will be, coming on and going off, that's the reason that we see that 4.3. So what I do want you to know is that we feel very positive about the fact that next year we believe that we are solvent through the end of the year. It is our anticipation that the hard work that we've been doing, make no mistake, it is very hard work. It is emotional work for so many corners of our organization, all of us included. We do believe that as we go through that plan with you, it is getting us on the right track. So the other thing that I would say is, with respect to restricted funding, you'll see it here as well. Note that I did not highlight a budget adjustments section here, because in the budget adjustments section that you'll be approving, it relates only to unrestricted, not to restricted. That's the reason that you don't see it. You see it up here. I do want to say that we do have reductions here as well, and they are significant. But I want to point out that we've had many one-time or non-repeating expenses. Think, for example, about construction and how expensive public works construction in the state of California is, or how much we've done in the past year, right? So some of those construction-related expenses that have been charged to Fund 1, of course, will fall off. Now we do have bond work, but that is not related to Fund 1. It's a different fund. There's money in that fund, right? So it will not be something that you see. There are also some positions that we began the year with them unfilled. For example, we had 4 MTSS coordinators, and they were divided between 50% unrestricted and 50% restricted, and they were not hired back, and we don't plan to hire them back. So there are other staff savings that may not be exactly apparent that we just haven't had. The other thing that I would add is there are some reductions related to special education. I want to say to Dr. Filia and Dr. Vargas, I know we had a discussion around the spindle contract this evening, but there are real needs, and even though it can be very tempting to really look at just the budget, those real needs persist, and it's not easy or possible always for us just to simply say, oh no, we're not spending any money on special education anymore, because we have significant needs and we have significant obligations as a district. So even with that, Dr. Filia and Dr. Vargas have been working diligently to try and reduce special education costs as well. And there have been some really significant reductions that they've made in the year that are those as well. And some of them relate to non-repeating contracts that we have also. So there's a variety of reasons that variety of things that make up that $9 million reduction that you see there. The other thing that I want to mention about this is when you get to a multi-year projection, part of the work that we're doing with that utilizes a very specific San Diego County Office of Education calculator, and this is something that all districts do, right? So as we're working through that calculator, the assumptions that we add, they generate our multi-year. And when they generate that multi-year, there are also things that we highlight and say, oh, we'll want to be very cautious to understand exactly what assumption caused such a large drop. So we've been reviewing that $9 million because we don't currently foresee that being, for example, a salary that we're increasing through a layoff or anything like that, right? They're primarily one-time expenses. But it is a large amount, and I wanted to spend a little bit of time here tonight, okay? The other thing that I'll add, and it's better news than the interim one, is that we have a cash flow report here for the subsequent 12 months. And of course, when a district runs out of cash, that's the critical moment. That's a critical moment where all kinds of things are triggered, including authority of the board to be revoked and administrator assigned to support the district with veto rights on all financial decisions and things of that nature, right? And if you look at our cash flow estimate, it's substantially better than what you saw in the interim one. We had a lowest month in interim one of $209,000 and $209,266 of cash on hand. And you'll see that tonight, our lowest dollar value is 2.1 million. That being said though, our largest contributions do come in December, and they also come in March, April. So when you see that it is not a direct trajectory and it goes up and it goes down, part of that relates to property tax and tax season, and that's part of the reason that we receive particular allocations stronger in some months than others. The other thing that I would like to add is, historically our cash flow has been much higher, at least in recent years. However, what we're seeing here as we get down into single digits or low double digits, it will become the new normal for at least the foreseeable future for us. So those are some things that I wanted to share about cash flow. I also want to share a little bit about ending balances. Now these are projected by the end of the year. You'll see that Student Activity Revenues Fund, Child Development Fund, Cafeteria Special Revenue Fund, they're coded 8, 12, 13, right? And all the slides that we've talked about tonight in the interim 2, we're talking about Fund 1, right? You'll see that we have money in the building fund. However, it also projected that we would be doing some bond work by the end of the year. We're certainly very close, but we don't have all of our projects out of DSA yet. I've shared that with the board earlier. So once that happens, we'll begin kind of budgeting the time of when that work will be done. Of course, work is completed and then is billed, right? So it'll take some time for those funds to be built. And then a capital facilities fund, there was some playground work that was paid for by this. This used to be much higher, but you see that it is climbing back up from where it was. It was much lower. And special reserve fund for capital outlay projects. That's the other fund that we utilize if it's something that's facility related and significant, and it's like a new project, for example, the replacement of a cooling tower, brand new park or something. We wouldn't use maintenance for that. So those are some things that you'll see in the other funds. Now, this slide is new, and I want to share a little bit about why we're presenting this. Because we received authority, and actually all school districts in San Diego County did receive authority to present that $2.7 million in new one-time funds as part of our interim 2. Typically, because it's money that has not materialized, there's not a new a new adopted budget yet. Things could change between now and May, right? Typically, you don't include it. However, we've been given permission, not just National School District, but all districts to include that. And one of the stipulations of including it was including information to the board, this exact item. So should those new one-time funds not materialize, you'll see over there, scenario A, we have with new one-time funds, and over close to me, we have without new one-time funds. So currently, the reductions we need to make to the unrestricted general fund are 0 in year 1, that's this year, 744,960 in year 2, and in year 3, 4,303,596. And then you'll see that if those one-time funds were to not materialize, what that would mean for us is that we would need to reduce further beyond what we are sharing with the board or asking you to approve in your resolution, which is also an indication that all signs are pointing toward us receiving at least this. However, I also want to caution, it's been a great financial picture for the state this year. People will often say when we hear the analysts talk that it's largely driven by the stock market and specifically the artificial intelligence sector, which of course, as you know, is a huge new sector for the stock market. I will tell you, I've never done this before, but I have started monitoring the stock market every day because it impacts our funding. We had a peak recently in the last month, and then we're down a little bit at the moment, but likely on a macro level, we're trading sideways, so to speak. And as long as the stock market, maintains its robustness, then everything is pointing to a very positive picture for us from a state funding level. Now we just need to find out exactly how positive. So, a few other things. So our next steps are to submit the second interim to the County Office of Education for review and confirmation. I'll speak a little bit about confirmation in just a minute. We'll monitor the governor's May revise, which will be our next critical clue in whether or not funding materializes. Of course, we'll update the board. We will present the 2026-27 budget to the board in June. And a reminder that the legislature adopts the state budget by July 1st, as I said before, so that's a critical moment. And we will complete the 25-26 fiscal year with unaudited actuals in September, and then audited actuals in December, respectively. So those are some next steps that we have. I do want to share that I actually have met with our County Office of Education staff to explain our intended reductions. They were extremely positive. However, I did also want to share that it is nothing new for the board to take action on a resolution for reductions to be made. We've been doing that for several years at this point, right? At the same time, if, for example, we were to not approve those reductions, it could change the county's perception of our designation. Right now, we're certifying positive, which means that we can pay our financial commitments for this year and the next 2 years, and they're currently in agreement with that. And it's really pending that resolution. It's not as hard and fast as if we, didn't approve that resolution, we would immediately be reclassified to something else. A couple things, the county office could write, for example, that they disagree with our certification. They disagree that we're not actually in positive certificate. They could label us as a lack of going concern, which could trigger some additional support, dialogue, interactions, or intervention from the county. Some of what that could be is not 100% the same every single time, but I just want the board to know that our positive certification continues, as it was back in December, to be contingent upon resolutions to reduce those funds to the unrestricted general fund. So the final thing that I would just say is this is not something that any of us do in isolation. We collaborate quite a bit with one another. As an executive cabinet, we do with other departments. We do. I collaborate quite a bit with my team as we develop this report. But I also want to say thank you to the rest of the team that keeps everything running, and especially Arena Calvert, who was so instrumental in preparing the interim 2 report using the assumptions that we prepared. So I think that's it. I'm ready to entertain any questions that the board might have.
Any questions from anyone?
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have to approve the positive certification of the budget. We have a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Gates and a second by Ms. Lopez. No discussion, please vote. Thank you. We have item 12B is to report and adopt resolution 25-26.37 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in 2026 to 2027 and 2027 to 2028. Dr. Cochran, you're up again.
Thank you so much. So initially what I'm going to do is I'm going to present a report as part of this item on the budget reduction task force and an update regarding the work that was done there. As far as I know, there's only one other budget reduction task force that has been, has been enacted in recent history, last 10 years or so. This was my first one, certainly, so I hope we did okay. The 2025-2026 budget reduction task force came about as a direct result of the first interim back in December. The board approved a reduction of that $4.15-ish million. And for that reason, we engaged the budget reduction task force because we wanted a diverse group of community members from all different areas of our community to provide input. Excuse me, I jumped the gun on that slide change. And then, of course, the point was for us to try and come directly to a conclusion before the second interim on what type of reductions, what those would be. I do want to share that the types of reductions that you're going to see later is not what you're approving tonight. You're not approving a plan. You're not approving a list. We're very appreciative of feedback from all of our community, including yourselves, on that plan or those lists. But tonight, this item, as I said before, is only approving the dollar value of reductions to be made, okay? The purpose of the budget reduction task force was to review the district's financial data and position and support future solvency by developing and providing feedback on budget reductions for the coming year. So we had a specific focus on developing that 4.15 million in budget reductions. This task force was composed of one principal, one confidential supervisory, 2 NCETA representatives, 2 CSEA representatives, 2 parents, 2 board members, and 2 members of the district management team, and our finance director was advisory. So we originally spoke to each of these different groups. We gained a total list of everyone who agreed to be on the task force, and that's the list of what was originally envisioned. A meeting occurred each month, once in January, once in February, once in March. We did not have perfect attendance. Attendance on any day was 10 representatives or greater, which I think still led to a lot of positive discussion, positive feedback. And we had several norms that were part of the task force. It was very critical, we knew, to recognize that people would have different viewpoints, to honor each of those viewpoints, no matter what they were. And so we developed some norms: assume positive intent, listen to one another, create a safe space for dialogue, maintain confidentiality, work together to solve problems, and think big picture. So here's a little bit about how those meetings went. So in January, we held our first meeting. We reviewed budgets and account information. We reviewed some staffing. We received feedback on budgets and accounts and staffing. We really intended for the task force to actually make a plan during the meeting. So directly in there, make a plan. The district did not bring a plan. I did not bring a plan and say, hey, what do you think about this plan? Or this is the plan. The goal was for us to make a plan. But as we were meeting, it was requested by individuals on the task force that they actually wanted the district to make a plan. They wanted us to make a plan and bring it. So that's what we did. In the second meeting, we reviewed contracts. We reviewed some employee pay data related to overtime and extra time. The district presented a partial plan at that time. We had a number of redactions that I personally felt were important because we hadn't discussed with staff. We didn't want staff to hear from somebody that this was going to happen, especially if they were the only individual affected. We wanted that chain to come from their supervisor. Hey, we want to let you know that this is possible, right? Especially if it was an individual who might feel targeted or something like that because they're the only one affected. So we received feedback during that meeting. Hey, we need a more complete plan that doesn't have those redactions. At the same time, we got to speak through some themes. We got to hear that we were maybe moving in the right direction, but that without more information, not much more feedback could be provided. Then in March, we held our third meeting. We reviewed workers' compensation data and tied up a few loose ends of other requests from other meetings that we had. And then we did present a plan with those redactions removed. Now, I will say that sometimes we would, label a particular position and individuals couldn't necessarily tell, okay, it says the manager or it says the classified member, it doesn't say exactly which one. And there are some things that I could not answer further because they involve personnel matters. There may be some things tonight when we take a look at that plan that I'm not prepared to answer at the moment because they involve personnel matters. But I think the majority of what we shared was pretty visible. You could see approximately what it was that we were attempting to do. So then, of course, we had some feedback, and the feedback was line by line. We had a valiant member of the task force that went line by line. It was not me, guided. Okay, here's the line item, right? And what do you think about it? And what questions do you have? We went line by line receiving feedback, and we did collect feedback line by line as well. The other thing that I would say is that was feedback specific to the plan, very detailed. We also wanted to collect some thematic data, things about larger themes that I'll share with you in a moment. And we did that through a survey process where members completed a survey and just shared, what they thought about larger themes that could lead to a reduction that had, nothing to do specifically with one little line item that was very specific, right? So it was a two-pronged strategy. We're going to use that feedback and that survey data as we develop the budget for next year throughout the spring. And I'm going to share a little bit with you at the moment. So we asked, one of the things that you'll see in the plan that we'll review is that the district is very much focused on avoiding layoffs wherever possible. And at the same time, our budget is, and the cost of all of our employees and as well as materials and expenses, right? It exceeds what we bring in revenue every year. We have to make reductions, right? the approach that we are taking and the approach that we took with that particular plan was to reduce through attrition, retirement, or resignation, right? And then not replace the individual that is leaving. We absolutely selected that as our method rather than employee layoffs. And so we wanted to know from the Budget Reduction Task Force, do they agree with that, right? Are there maybe opinions out there that we shouldn't be doing it that way, reducing through attrition? Maybe there's opinions that say, no, don't reduce through attrition. You should be reducing through layoffs. That opinion could be out there. So this was the survey results from our team. Employee reductions, attrition, describe your level of support for the reduction of employees through attrition or retirement only while attempting to avoid layoffs, right? And so we had 100% support from our Budget Reduction Task Force. Now, the difficulty, of course, is if that's really our preferred approach, we really need to take that approach and make use of any individual that identifies that they will not be returning and really deeply examine the position with intent to not replace. Otherwise, no reductions won't happen. We also surveyed about employee layoffs. Describe your level of support for the reduction of employees through layoffs. We had 55% no support. Very telling. 33% low support, 11% support. Okay, so you look at that and you see that our preferred approach really is attrition. We had a survey question about hiring frost reductions. Describe your level of support for the reduction of employees through reducing hiring to only that which is essential, or a hiring frost. Doesn't mean a hiring freeze, just is only essential. And you'll see that we had 100% support or high support. Support being 55%, high support being 45. Overtime reductions. Describe your level of support for the reduction of expenses through reducing overtime opportunities or offering alternatives through methods like comp time. We had an 11% support and an 89% high support. Travel and department reductions. Describe your level of support for the reduction of expenses through reducing travel or conference to only that which is essential. And you'll see that we had a 33% support and a 67% high support. Department expense reductions. Describe your level of support for the reduction of expenses through reducing department budgets. We had 11.1% low support, 55% high support, and 33% support. So you can see from the survey that this really provided us with thematic values of what our Budget Reduction Task Force thought would be helpful and or okay. Of course, nobody likes to cut, but if we have to do it, we have high support or support for these areas, and then others where we did not. Now, want to share that school program reductions was something that had come up in the task force and had been discussed. However, the majority of the team, vast majority of the team throughout, had really, really strong value for student program reductions. And when this came up, this was specifically talking about items related to broad course of study, ocean connectors, Olivewood Gardens, things of that nature, right? And you'll see that we, when talking about, describing support for that type of reduction, we had 44% support, 33% low support, 22% no support, right? So there really wasn't high support or, a majority of support for any type of reductions to school programs. Now, we offered, I'm always concerned that maybe we give a survey and it doesn't give people the opportunity to say what they were really thinking, right? So we also offered an open-ended feedback session. It was paragraph format, so people could respond as they wanted to. Priority should be placed in ensuring safety and access to high-quality academic experiences was one comment. Separation of overtime strictly monitored to keep reduced and comp time. High positive potential if clearly articulated, was another comment. Reductions are tough. There's not anyone or anything that is not needed, and yet there's no option to move forward without reductions, was another comment. In regards to the travel and conferences, does this apply to the district office level or DO level? I take that to mean district office level. I'd like there to be consideration about the amount of money spent on travel and conferences outside of San Diego. Hopefully all of these reductions are looking through the scope of the district in its entirety. So those were the comments, and they were all the comments. I didn't hold back anything. I've shared all, okay? We also asked the task force a question, and I see that it has truncated, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm gonna share with you. The Budget Reduction Task Force provided adequate opportunity for members to review expenses, to engage in discussion, and 3, provide feedback regarding reduction plans. And it's a little different. It's a strongly disagree, neither agree nor disagree, agree or strongly agree. And you'll see that strongly agree comprised 44% of the group, agree comprised 44% of the group. And then there was 11.1% that said strongly disagree. The comments I've included here, they say the plan presented is a hopeful plan. I still believe, since a lot of the savings are from retirement and attrition, if student needs present themselves, we need to be open to consider all options. Staffing for equity and access for all schools and students is crucial. Another comment, open-ended future, especially depending on positive or negative response of the board. Another comment, the team respected one another's viewpoints, had productive dialogue, maintained confidentiality, and worked together effectively. I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the task force. So those were all of the items that we surveyed on. And at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to transition to sharing. So what's that plan? What is that plan that we were all looking at together? And we can look at it together as a group. So I want to say that this is, of course, a generalized plan, a backbone of the reduction that we need to make. But it's not exact or finalized reductions, and we shared that with the Budget Reduction Task Force as well. Part of the purpose is for us to be proactive in determining budget solutions that are going to fix our budget deficit that we have. It won't fix itself, we know that. And part of the purpose as well of presenting it tonight is to give the board confidence that when you approved that $4.15 million in reductions, that we have really worked in good faith to make a plan, receive feedback on it that will work for us or that could work for us. I do want to say that the second interim report does include the plan that I'm about to show you baked into that interim 2. So we have assumed in the interim 2 that this dollar value of reductions is happening. Now, I will say this, however, it is possible that we may find through all kinds of potential things that could happen that something on this list is no longer needed, or it's no longer appropriate to move forward, right? If something comes off of that plan, I'm sure you can guess what we'll have to do. We'll have to find something else to put on the plan. At the same time, though, it's not set in stone. It's what we describe as a living, breathing document. So the reduction plan looks like this. And again, we really are taking advantage of attrition retirement. There's really not an option to not make reductions. However, this attrition retirement approach we see has very high support among our diverse group of individuals that provided feedback. I also want to say that there are items on this list that I don't want to reduce. There are items that we're talking about reduction or attrition that I don't personally want to remove from the budget, right? And at the same time, if our approach is that highly supported attrition, retirement, non-replacement, if that's our approach, we have to make use of it. So a couple things that you'll see on this list, the non-replacement of 7 non-permanent teachers, 2 resignations, and then 3 retirees due to declining enrollment, and that is a total of 12 positions. The non-replacement of a manager who is a mid-year retiree, the non-replacement of 4 MTSS coordinators. We have, since we began the task force, we've shared with them on a number of occasions that we're aware of additional attrition that could happen, even though this is the point of the year. We feel like we're near the end of the year here in March. We're aware of additional attrition. And then surely enough, one materialized. We are going to replace our executive director with 1 director. Do want to point out that we are still considering if that's the best way to replace, but that was the most conservative dollar value, would be replacing the executive director with the director. And so that's the reason that we've included it on the list in the most conservative value. We've heard feedback on that. We'll continue to. Assigning a quarter of a manager to a fund for which they work. We have a manager that works, spends a good portion of their day in Fund 13. That supports the budget without it being a reduction. We have 2 campus student safety CSSA retirees that we are going to non-replacement of 4 IA retirees, non-replacement of 1 TK-IA retiree, non-replacement of 1 classified retiree, assigning a 0.125 FTE of a buyer to Fund 13. Note that they do that work throughout the day. Assign 0.5 FTE of a storekeeper to Fund 13. Assign 0.125 of day custodians who do already support the lunchtime process to Fund 13 for the 180 days that we're holding school only. Assign half of 10 positions that we have at school sites to a restricted fund, alleviating that from the unrestricted general fund. And then there were some other things that began just popping up, and I preserved them to keep it as similar as possible to what the Budget Reduction Task Force viewed when we were meeting. There's a way that we're going to be adjusting camp transportation that will save us $40,000. There are special education reductions that I shared that Dr. Filia and Dr. Vargas have been working on, and that results in a reduction at $150,000 saved related to SELPA services. And then finally, of course, there's the department budgets, $744,960. Now, I want to point out that does take us to a total reduction of 4.221781, which is a little bit, good 70,000-ish more than what the required reduction in the interim one was. But I do want you to know that when we're talking about reducing department budgets, and you're approving at this point a reduction of that 744,960 in the resolution, I want you to know that exactly what you're approving are the reductions to those department budgets that we'll be working to make. So that, of course, does not have a March 15th deadline. We can make department related budget reductions between now and the end of the year. There's no timeline that prevents us from doing that. So really a priority was placed on determining, prior to March 15th, a priority was placed on trying to utilize our approach of attrition non-replacement to reduce layoffs. So this is the plan, and I want to share with you one other slide, and we'll of course come back here if there are any questions that the board might have. We also received other feedback. Now, I'm sharing the plan that, of course, we were requested to create, and we received feedback on it, right? But there were other feedback that we received. There was other feedback that we received in the reduction task force, and here's some of them. We heard, we don't use all of our ed tech programs. Can we, reduce educational software We heard employee groups or governance, salaries, benefits, or cost of living increases being either challenged or being supposed. Perhaps we should either reduce that or not include it or not include it in the future. There were specific contracts that people had feedback about. When we had specific questions about contracts, we tended to look at them in depth, especially the larger the contract, the more that we looked at it in depth together. We had some feedback about reducing employee injuries through things that we could do to support workers' compensation claims not happening. We had some feedback about community messaging programs, School Messenger, Parent Square, Talking Points, Dojo, those kinds of things. We had feedback about travel and conference overtime. We had feedback about specific SELPA services that we received from the SELPA related to special ed. And I want to just announce that there was more. But so I hope if I left somebody's idea on, it's not an attempt to not share that. But there was quite a bit of feedback that we discussed, and this really gets to the heart of the major components of what was shared. So I will say that the feedback we received was so helpful, very invaluable, and it's been helpful for specific particular items. However, it's also been helpful from a thematic basis. Examples like, do you support reductions through attrition? Do you support reductions to student programs, right? Those were themes, and we received a good amount of feedback that's going to help us know what has support as we're moving forward. I want to say again that the plan is a living, breathing document. It's dynamic. It can be changed. It's not set in stone. The one thing, however, that is set in stone is the dollar value, right? What comes off of that list, what goes on that list, that can change. But the value that you all approved in interim one, that part is set in stone. The other thing that we shared with the task force is that this round of meetings that was specific to finding that 4.15 million, developing a plan, receiving feedback on it, this round of meetings have concluded, or rather has concluded. Sorry, this round of meetings has concluded. But the task force will remain in place as we work to reach fiscal balance. That's not going to happen just in this 1 year. It's going to need ongoing work. It will need ongoing partnership from the other individuals on the task force, all those diverse perspectives. It's really critical for us that we get as many ideas as possible to try and evaluate and consider what reductions we can make that would have the least impact. So I just want to say that the budget reduction task force, as I said, attendance was strong, 10 members at least per meeting, but it is a time commitment, right? And that being a time commitment, not everyone is able to make every meeting, but these were 3 full day meetings, and so it is a substantial time commitment that people invested into being part of this. So I do want to say thank you to them. The other thing I want to do is I just want to entertain at this time any questions that the board has. I did put the reduction plan back up on screen just to be helpful in case a question relates to one of those items or there's feedback about that.
Thank you, Dr. Cochran. Ms. Lopez? Thank you, Dr. Cochran, and the Financial Services team and the Budget Reduction Committee for doing this work. I just had one question. For the reduced department budgets, how will that impact schools directly or students?
So that's an excellent question. What I will tell you is we are looking to make reductions to particular accounts that will not be felt by school sites. That's one thing. The other thing that I'll add is we have looked through them very specifically. And you could make an argument that when we reduce an account for attorneys by a particular amount, that of course that globally might impact school sites, right? But it's more accounts like that are really administrative in nature. We're also looking carefully at What are past expenses? So if we see a particular account is just low, like it hasn't been expended or historically hasn't been fully expended, we're reducing those particular account budgets. Thank you.
Ms. Gates?
Thank you for this, Paul. So two things I like the reduction plan, I do want to state clearly. Should we actually find that we need the teachers or need the student safety personnel, the IAs, the TKIA, that those people or those positions would be a rehire, should we find out that we actually need them? It's at this point, looking ahead, we don't believe we are needing them next year. However, in the future, were we to have the students with those needs, we would be rehiring those spots.
So the answer is absolutely yes. And something else would have to take its spot on the list. And that first part is the easy part. That second part would be the much harder part. And like I said, we wouldn't want to reduce even through attrition or retirement, right? We don't want to. But if that's really our approach to reduce layoffs, we need to take opportunity of it and look very carefully at those jobs to see if they need to be replaced.
And then another one I have is a comparative question, because and I thought about this when we looked at it, but then I didn't think to ask, and I should have. In the budget multi-year projection,
For the unrestricted, am I correct?
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, in unrestricted, yes.
Yes, in unrestricted.
You have listed only the $744,960 of reduced department budgets, not the entirety of the and I realize that we are working with some numbers that are potential numbers, but that because life is completely different if we were to turn around and reduce next year $4 million. That then we also are reducing, then carries over into the following year. Like we start talking something completely different, but you only listed the 744 for the 26-27 school year. May I ask why?
Yes, so there's a couple of pieces. So every dollar that's associated above that line that says 744,960, all of those dollars were factored in and adjusted in that projection for the interim too. However, the one thing that we have not done at the moment, or have not exactly decided on at the moment, is department reductions. So those department reductions, we've looked at, we've looked at our accounts. We feel confident that we can determine that 744,960. We feel confident that we can find those dollars and liberate them from their current account, right? We feel confident about that, but we haven't done it yet. That's why you will see it listed there under the still to be resolved that we are further reducing by 744,960. The rest is baked in. Again, something might come out, something could go in.
And so then follow-up question then, you're still saying that then even with all this 4.2, well, except for the 744, this 4.2 million minus the department budgets, that for the following year, we still need another $4.3 million reduction.
Yes, and that's assuming that we don't receive new one-time funds. Right, so if we received new one-time funds.
And I know you said all of this, but as I'm looking at my pieces together, I'm trying to track. I'm just making sure I'm tracking.
Of course, but you're correct. That 4.3 million looks especially large. However, we would also have a larger, need to reduce even now if we hadn't received is the wrong word. If we were not projected to receive those additional monies from the governor's budget.
Just not wanting to misunderstand along the way.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Won't our concern be if we wait too long by not saving, that the monies will then increase that much more later on down the line. So for now, it's $4.1 million that we need to save, cut now, but next year, the amount then will increase that much more, and then in 2 years, the increase will be that much more. So
Yes.
we can't keep kicking the can down the road, but I understand that we have some projections, but how much more would we say would the increase be next year versus the following year? I know that it's not gonna be 4.1, it's gonna be with inflation and the cost of increase and so on.
You know, the point that you're bringing up is accurate, it's valid, and it's part of the reason that anecdote I shared about a quarter of the room engaging in like significant budget-related reductions it's part of the reason that a quarter of the room raised their hands. You are correct that if, for example, we reduced a position this year, that it compounds. We save the money from that position this year, but then we also save it next year and every other year that we don't have it, right? So it winds up to be a larger chunk of money over time. At the same time, so you're right, to some extent, we are putting this down the road to be dealt with. There's an alternative possibility in the future. Alternative possibilities, we receive increased dollars, we receive new money. What we have done is we've taken everything that we can put toward next year to essentially keep us balanced. You're absolutely correct that if we didn't receive more money the following year, we would need to reduce again. We would need to do this process again. Perhaps we would be able to continue to reduce through attrition and over time balance ourselves and not have any layoffs. That's one reality. It's a really nice sounding reality. The other possibility is that we could, for example, next year not have any attrition, need to reduce. And then we really would be in a challenging spot. One of the very few options left to remain solvent could be layoffs, right? It's not something that we want to do. It's not something that I know that the Board of Trustees wants to do. And for that reason, we're doing everything we can to not go down that path.
Thank you. Mr. Minto?
Yes, you touched on transportation to camp savings. What did you have in mind?
Oh, Mr. Sarmiento, it's terrific. So as a result,
What,
you
they
know,
walk?
no, they're going to ride in a bus, but because of just a difference in having our drivers be able to take them, we had to outsource that before because our transportation department is not so big that they can drive everybody to camp and also perform all the regular routes that they do during the day. That causes us to have a contract for that, camp transportation. We're going to move to a model where our bus drivers will be able to do that trip. And so we'll have just slightly overtime, extra time. However, we won't have expenses related to having a carrier coach. And by the way, that $40,000 already factored in whatever overtime or extra time that they would receive. So it really is a great savings. I would also add that it's just one of many ways, many creative ways that Dr. Filia has been working to reduce costs.
Ms. Bates?
And I see the TBD for attendance recovery, correct?
Yes.
So, wondering how we're doing on our addressing of that, our developing plans for that. Like how wide ranging and how was that? I mean, I'm afraid to have it be haphazard and happenstance. That you turn around and you're like, oh yeah, they were, like we did do some they were tutoring after class the other day, right? And there was a teacher there, right? That we can't do that. We have to be much more intentional with our attendance recovery. And so and giving options for attendance recovery, things that, because 4 hours is a good deal to ask a child to make up. And so I'm just like, how intentional, how purposeful, how directed, how supportive can we be to make this work on behalf of our students and then we also get the benefit of it.
So I'll say, and I imagine Dr. Filial would like to say as well, but I'll say, Trustee Gates, that we already do have a program through after-school learning, and we have been tracking who is absent and who is attending after-school learning, and how many hours of after-school learning are they attending, and how does that allow us to, add an additional day back because they were absent that day and we're getting it back. And we have a system completely in place related to after-school learning. Some of the dialogue that we had in the budget reduction task force was around expanding attendance recovery and exploring independent study options. And it was widely received very positively, and with a lot of offers of support for consultation in exactly how that might look. So Trustee Gates, I will say that is work yet to be done from an after-school learning perspective, 100% in place. But I will say that if we were able to generate revenue through an independent study option or something of that nature, right? If we were able to generate $1 to $2 million, that could also help us avoid layoffs and, by increasing our revenue. Currently, we sit at, about 94% in attendance. So that's, consider that that's 6% of money that we could, we could be recouping. So I think that will become a focus as we move into this upcoming year. Dr. Filial, did you want to talk about after-school learning for a minute?
I think I would just add that we definitely began the year with a goal of putting the systems in place in order to recover for attendance. And so from the very beginning, the team was already on it, really, on making sure that attendance was tracked for all of our after-school learning classes through Synergy, which is our information system, to be able to ensure that we're tracking attendance. And I know that there were already meetings with our friends over in fiscal to kind of marry that up. So that's already happening. It's been in place since the beginning. And again, we're grateful to our teachers because we need a certificated teacher to be part of that. And they continue to be part of that program. And we've increased the numbers of how many teachers are actually participating, which in the end is good for students, but also good for your report.
Ms. Lopez? I just wanted to add on to Dr. Cochran and Dr. Filia that there will still, correct me if I'm wrong, but our intersessions also count for the recovery of attendance. If a student goes to the spring break or summer, and they're able to track that attendance.
Yes, and as long as one of our certificated teachers is part of that, which we are definitely in the works of ensuring that our summer programming will have that.
And for those students who do not participate in those things. Yes, so but not everybody does after school. And so it's helpful, but how do we start also working with those students who do not attend intercession and who do not do after school, and we those are the ones that we just kind of lose. So the planning there.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's definitely the next step, is to take a look at the students who don't sign up for those opportunities to make sure that they're part of that. I also know that Dr. Cochran's been collaborating with other districts that maybe have things in place for independent study. And we're exploring that as well as another way of kind of recouping some funding, as well as
we're not losing it in the first place, yes.
Offering that for our kids.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Well, thank you to you and the team and all those that participated in the budget reduction task force. It was a very good experience, very thorough, and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we were going to adopt resolution 25-26.37. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to adopt.
Second?
Second.
Yep, adoption. The motion by Ms. Gates and second by Ms. Lopez. Additional discussion, please vote.
And passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 12C is to authorize to advertise a request for proposal for insurance services. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Lopez and a second by Ms. Sarmiento. Any discussion? Okay. No discussion, please vote.
And it passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 12D is to approve change order number 2 for CT 4176 RGC General Engineering. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Sarmiento and a second by Ms. Gates. Do we have any discussion? No discussion? Please vote.
And it passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 13A is to review and discuss suggested revisions and updates to board bylaws, board policies, and administrative regulations, and Exhibit D. At the February 25th, 2026 board meeting, the board accepted a set of policy updates for the first reading as part of the district's ongoing partnership with the California School Board Association's online policy service, which helps ensure all policies remain aligned with current laws and regulations. District staff, including the executive cabinet, carefully reviewed each recommended update and customized them to ensure aligned with the National School District practices. The majority of the revisions reflected changes in law regulations rather than changes to the district practice. Since the first reading, the board and the public had an opportunity to review the proposed updates, and any questions should have been directed to staff. Were there any questions submitted?
I received some comments from a different batch, but not this batch.
There is no action required this evening. The workshop is provided as an opportunity for any final discussion or clarification before these policies are brought back to a future meeting for adoption. Is there any discussion from the board? The board will bring these policies back for one more time at our next board meeting to vote on adopting these policies. In addition, the district will continue bringing forward policy updates at upcoming meetings as part of our ongoing effort to all board policies to remain current and up to date. Current National School District policies are available on the district website as the NSD policies. Item 14, Board Cabinet Communication. Ms. Gates?
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone who was here tonight. We had a lot of thoughtful reminders of who our district has said we will be, and I'm thankful for it. The presence of those who came. Thankful for the students from Palmerway who came and showed up. Palmerway was my very first substitute assignment. It was my very first teaching job was in 3rd grade with that crew in the little, I don't know what you all call them, the rondavels in South Africa, but that was kind of really cool to see them. But I also like to send a thank you to Rancho de la Nacion for their beautiful and welcoming Read Across America Day. I got to participate with that, and I got to was welcomed by Ms. Lopez Mascoro's class and by Mr. Hall's class. We read a number of books with Ms. Lopez Mascoro's class. And this is where I ended up because the last book they had me read was Fox and Socks, which is brutal. That one's rough, but Ms. Naval's class got to share We Don't Eat Our Classmates, which was fabulous, and the kids that were just a joy. Thank you again to Olivewood Gardens. They mentioned that people return, and I think I've said it before, I'll say it again. When it was time for my youngest to do an internship for to graduate from college, after spending formative time because 16 years ago, Michaela was 5. And so Michaela has spent their whole life with Olivewood Gardens. And when Michaela needed an internship, went to Olivewood Gardens. So it's those of you who are out there for college and wondering what to do and are invested in community, invested in growing things, and investing in teaching the next round of kids behind you. They have internships waiting for you there. So don't forget, Olivewood Gardens has those roles for you as well. So, but thank you to them again. And then I do have to do a quick shout out because it's actually, so Carissa, my eldest, who was here for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, is turning 30 on Friday. So happy birthday to Carissa and 3-0. I'm pretty sure that I'm, again, not old enough to have a 30-year-old, especially because she's way too close to that to your age. Oh my gosh. But thank you to everyone tonight, and thank you for everyone working through in heartfelt and convicted and respected ways. I appreciate it.
Ms. Lopez? Yes. I want to say thank you to our future software engineers who came today to show us their coding. Thank you to Mr. Vargas and Mrs. Pigeon for your dedication to our district as well. And I just want to echo my colleagues' sentiments to our staff that was here. Thank you for your service to our students, but also to one another. And I also want to thank you, staff, in advance for the work you're going to do to ensure that our staff does feel that care that I know you have within you for them. So thank you in advance. And also want to say congratulations to our Ava Literacy our honorees, Mrs. Maria Sanchez and Mrs. Cassandra Chavez. And we won't see each other. I mean, we will see each other, but I want to say everyone have a restful spring break. Ms. Sarmiento?
Just a word of advice to Trustee Gates. When my kids reached a certain age, I would tell them, you know you're adopted, because I'm not old enough to have kids your age. So that always worked. And of course, they always expected it. I just want to share regarding the Read Across America. I had a great time reading to 3rd graders. Went to Lincoln Acres first. The principal had ordered the set of Mrs. Pigglewiggle books. There's 5 books, and ordered it for the school library. So I was able to read the one chapter. I think I read the Won't Pick Up the Toys Cure. I don't know if I told you, but that one was the one where the kid couldn't move through his room because it was just covered with toys. He couldn't even get to his door to go outside to play. So what they did was they fed him through the window. They put a rake up with hot dogs on it, and then they sprayed the hose up there to give him something to drink. So, and then Mrs. Pigglewiggle came by with all the kids there, had a little put together circus. And of course he wanted to go to the circus, so he cleaned his room real quick and kept it clean. Then went over to Palmerway from there, was able to read to 2 different classes. Mr. Payumo's and Mrs. Reagan's class were combined. And that one I read Never Want to Go to Bedder's Cure, where the kids stayed up so late, they stayed up all night long, and the next morning they missed something. They're going to the beach, I think it was, somebody was coming to pick them up, and they were still sound asleep, so they missed going to the beach. And of course, that cured them of that, but there's so many different ones, the slow eater, tiny biters, tiny bite takers cure, the answer backer cure, the selfishness cure, and like I said, there's 5 different books. But it was funny, I was at Palmerway picking up my grandson the other day, and one kid goes, "That's the lady that read us Miss Piggy Wiggy." And the kid with him, he goes, "It's Miss Piggle Wiggle." And he corrected, and they're both looking at me. And then tonight, I think it was very helpful for them to say they enjoyed the books and, wanted to hear more. So I told them, well, we got to get you a book to the library to have the teachers check it out and read it to them so they can hear more. So I hopefully have instilled a love of reading in them and something that they want to continue. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Cochran?
Oh, thank you. I want to first apologize for my long presentations tonight. I hope I never do 2 presentations back to back again. And like I said, I think I was attempting to be thorough, but I know it's late. I also wanted to say that I had a great Read Across America Day at Kimball, and wanted to give a shout out to our former student, Athena Asuncion, whose book I read to Miss Pena's class. She was one of our 6th grade book writing winners many years ago. I also wanted to say that it is very difficult to be in a season of budget reductions, and that is certainly true. But I have been reflecting this week on how money is rarely the thing that builds great organizations. And if we work together in partnership, and we encourage everyone to work in partnership with us, if we work together in partnership, I think we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Giffen?
I want to thank the Palmer.
Oh, I keep pushing it. I'm so used to pushing the button. I want to thank the Palmerway students. We were actually there on a site visit when they were practicing for the board meeting, so it's nice to see it come to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Vargas, for volunteering and everything you do. It's really nice to see a dad being recognized, so congratulations. Welcome to all of our new employees. I also want to thank everyone who came tonight. It's a variety of classifications that were here, including a parent, and thank you, Ms. Ramirez, for being here. We had a really touching El Toyon visit yesterday, so I want to thank the staff that were there, and I know maybe Dr. Brady will elaborate, but they really showed a lot of love and support for Dr. Brady's leadership throughout the last 10 years, and everywhere we went, it was just a lot of joy. So thank you to El Toyon, to the staff and the students there that made the visit very special. I just want to say happy Women's History Month and happy spring break.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's okay. I just wanted to make a little announcement. So we are actually scheduled to have parent-teacher conferences begin this Friday, and then they'll continue through the following week, where students will have early dismissal times. And just want to thank all of our teachers, our support staff who are preparing for those meetings. It's really a chance to connect with families and to offer updates, information, and resources, just to continue to kind of fortify that partnership that we want with our families to support our students. Thank you.
Dr. Brady?
Yeah, I want to start by just wishing Myrna a speedy recovery. I didn't have a chance to say it while she was here. There's a lot of well wishes and talking, but I just want to make sure that for the record, I get that in. I also wanted to clarify a few things for the board, just so you know. There's never been an intent to displace any employee, and that we have reached out to Myrna, and we were very committed to finding a space for her in NSD. It was not about a person. It really was about changing work that we felt was needed in the district for a shift, for a positive approach to attendance. But I am confident in having CSEA here tonight, saying that they are open to renegotiating a job description, that we can find a way that Myrna's position can support our community schools. And I know that there was some voices in the room saying that that was not in the community school TOSA position. I just wanted to read you that bullet just so that you know it is to support ongoing school efforts to address barriers of attendance and chronic absenteeism. And that is directly from the TOSA job description that was approved by the board and the job that they applied for. But again, I believe that we can work together to see how our certificated and classified can support from each of their roles the attendance that's needed. So we look forward to partnering with CSEA on that. I do want to say we had a great Founders Day with our PTA today. It was really nice to be there with our PTAs and celebrate the birthday of PTA. And it's another partnership we're very proud of in National School District. I did get to read with sixth graders, and I'm going to do a makeup read tomorrow. And our writing contest is underway. So even though I'm leaving, somebody will need to pick up the writing contest so that our students' books can continue to grow in our libraries, because they really have some really neat stories to tell. And that will be announced at our board meeting in May. So get ready, because I'll be, as soon as they get turned into me, I'll be sending them to you to read and vote on so that we can pick a winner for next year. And then my final comment, well, besides thank you to our El Tejon staff, it was very nice. The kids all wrote me letters and cards and essays about all the things I can do in retirement. So once I get through them, I'll share some of the best. Maybe my final comments in May, I'll share some of the fun things that I get to do. And to all of those across the district, I've received quite a few letters and cards from kids about retirement. So thank you to everybody. And then last, I want to just say happy birthday to Dr. Philia, who will have a birthday on Monday. Happy early birthday.
Okay, I will try to be quick. I would like to congratulate the students on their presented presentation today. It's so nice to see the kids doing their coding and then they presented. It doesn't always work out how they planned it, but you can see the little boy was like, I don't know what it's doing. And he was so cute about it. But you know, it's technology for you, but it was so cute and their little presentation. Congratulations on being recognized as the Volunteer of the Year, Randy Vargas. Like was previously said, it's nice to have a male recognized. It's not always done that way. When I was a part of the, I just drew a blank, but Neighborhood House Association, they had a specific group that brought in males because that was so foreign for them to have volunteers, males. And so it's nice to see a male being recognized. Also, congratulations to Ms. Carmen Medina Pigeon for being recognized for the Employee of the Month. Welcome to our new employees to the NSD family. Thank you to all the speakers that came out tonight to show support to Myrna, and again, I hope for a speedy recovery. I unfortunately was not able to participate in Read Across America. As you can hear, I am still under the weather, and I was part of the budget rejection task force, and I had my husband appointment. So I am very sad that I was not able to participate this year. So I'm glad to hear that you were able to. So it was great to hear those who are able to. So thank you for being there. Thank you, Dr. Cochran, for your presentations here tonight, and very thorough, very much appreciated. Thank you to Olivewood Gardens for your presentation here tonight, and thank you for allowing us to present the Golden Bell Award to them as well. Thank you, Dr. Cameron and Mr. Nastos, for the firm's update here tonight. I look forward to being a part of the presentation to our students at the public schools at the awards assembly that they will have for at the Masonic Lodge. And we'll get the date soon. Let's see. Good luck to Mr. Kazi, as today is his last day. We will definitely miss you, but thank you for all that you have done for our district. You are truly, truly a blessing to our district. Let's see. I want to wish everybody a happy St. Patrick's Day, a wonderful spring break. But last but not least, I also have a birthday celebration for my baby of my bunch, the youngest of my 3 babies. He turns 20. Oh my God. 20 on Saturday.
That means he was 10 when I met him.
All of them are my babies, but the youngest of my babies, yes, he is 20. Valenzuela was here. She was his first grade teacher. If she was still here, she would not believe it. But yes, she was also my middle son's first grade teacher. And yes, he turns 20 on Saturday. So happy birthday, my love. I love you. So with that being said, have a good night, everybody. And thank you for the long meeting, but have a good night. Meeting adjourned. Made it.